She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Good morning, Quag. Gotta run out but BRB and take my money for the second year in a row.
Okay. How's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Kevin's having a good day so far. Right, Kevin? First of all, Boom, thank you so much for the 2 years. You're probably not here by now, but it really does mean a lot. I hit go live and instantly Boom was like, okay, hi, bye. Really, the support means a lot. Hey, Kat, how you doing? Hang on, let me fix the thing. It's September. It's the last day of September, so. But I'm great. I hope you are as well. Hey Roddy, how you doing? Godslayer, hope you're well. And any assorted lurkers that are here already. Girls, we both like beanie caps. Yeah, it's one of those things that for me it was like I started wearing them because I got one I really liked as a gift, but then it eventually became like it's a weird anxiety thing. Sometimes, you know how people like weighted blankets? For me, a beanie is like that. I'm just like in my comfort zone when I'm wearing a hat. I don't know. It's weird, but I embrace it. But yeah, I'm sure you get that kind of stuff. Hey Kitty, how are you? Good to see you. It's creepy. Same, dad got me one as a kid. He always wore it, so I get 150%. Oh, there you go. There you go. Great minds.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Cat, what are you doing? My cat is so big. He takes up more of the room than I remember him taking up. Me wearing a hoodie in bed. I used to be like that with hoodies. I just happen to be wearing one right now because it's fucking cold, but for air quality I need my window open. But yeah, in like high school, I wore a lot of hoodies as a comfort thing. I think it's because I was sensitive about being kind of scrawny, so wearing like a bulkier piece of clothing made me feel a little bit better. Our safe our entire king size bed got like a corner. Yeah, cats be like, they woke me up this morning by just climbing on top of my pillow, like the second my alarm rang. They're like, "Oh, good, he's awake now. We can do this," because they really wanted food, and now, Kevin at least seems like grateful and engaged and stuff. Jake's like, "I got what I needed from you. Go away." All right, Kevin, how you doing? Hi. So today we're gonna be doing some climbing up to Chaos 100. I don't know if we'll get all the way to Chaos 100. Because that's a time investment. I'm gonna probably be splitting time between a couple different builds to keep things fresh. First thing I want to do is test out, see how the revised Mosquito's Mantle feels on Ghostblade. So we're gonna do that first. We're gonna take Ghostblade up through some chaos levels and see what's what. But I want to preface this entire stream by saying higher chaos levels are optional. You do not have to. You do not have to do them. You can get to Chaos 50 in a shorter amount of time than it took to get to Chaos 20 on launch. Because of the catch-up mechanic, you get 5 tiers per trial that you do. So fewer runs than it took to get to 20 on launch, for people still using that as a benchmark 6 months later. Because I know there's some people who are still saying, but Chaos 20, but Chaos 20. Well, here you go. And additionally, farming has gotten better across the board. Because Chaos tiers are more filtered out. If you were on Chaos 50, for example, you'll notice that this adds up. There's no non-chaotic gear. It's all Chaos tiered, so you don't have to deal with that issue anymore, which was something long requested. And as you go up in this in chaos level, chaotic starts to go down, and these go up, and eventually volatile goes away as well. So by the time you're at the highest few tiers, you only have primordial and ascended. And you don't need to go all the way up to 100 to get that. And if your only concern is farming ascended gear, this chance gets pretty big pretty quickly. Like, you get to chaos 55 and it's already like 6 or 7% for ascended. It's something very large. You get like 1% more per level you do, roughly. This caps out at a very respectable rate. It's really nice. It's really, really nice. So, people who want more challenge in the game have levels they can grind out to do so. People who don't want that do not have to do it. People who just want the best gear, okay, you can get there in 13 runs if they still make you do Chaos Trials 0, 1934. I don't remember if they do. But either 10 or 13 runs to get to 50. So there you go. Testing Spellblade as well. Spellblade was tested. It does not apply to anything other than melee attack now, Black Panther. Which is good. Morning, Loading Screen. How are you? Really do not understand the complaints about this update in Chaos 100. No, it's only people not playing the game. Moxie's chat was so annoying yesterday. Close the stream. Yesterday's update is one of those things that people who made up their mind months ago will not be swayed, and they'll see everything as evidence for their points of view. And you have to keep in mind that a very vocal corner of the community has appointed themselves our voice as a whole, and that they will not hesitate to, in the first few seconds of this conversation, if you bring it directly to them, imply that you're not concerned with what people want, or that you're not a real fan. It's fucking toxic. It's stupid, it's childish, it's fucking toxic, and they are not worth your time or attention. Question, do you think the pool was wonky till now because they knew they were releasing this and that's why, and then didn't realize it was a problem until it got 100? If that makes sense about this. I think I get what you mean. No, I don't think it was like that at all. I think this is something that they actively decided to fiddle with based on what people have said. Because this has been the third major update in a row where the notes have directly said, hey, these were changes asked for by the community that we implemented. And again, people like to ignore that because they can do no right, I guess. But it'll be changes that people literally ask for, like getting non-chaotic stuff out of the drop pool on higher chaos tiers. They did it. Making farming better in general. They did it. Not only do we have better chances at higher chaos tiers, but remember, going up in chaos tiers gets you more loot luck, which improves your quantity of high rarity items, but also your drop rates for dedicated items. It literally is better farming as well, but I've not seen a single one of the naysayers mention that bit. And they might deflect from that by saying, hey, but it takes a lot of runs. No, it actually takes fewer runs than it did to get higher drop rates. No, seriously. Again, the catch-up mechanic is now 5 per trial. 5 levels available per trial per run up to 50. So let's assume they did fix the issue where you had to do 0, 1934. I don't know if that's intended or not, but let's say it's 10 runs to get to 50. Okay. New post-patch Chaos 50 has higher ascended rates than before and no non-chaotic. So ascended is already massively easier to come by, even if you don't change your chaos level at all from loading in. Then, if you do one singular extra run, you get another 1% on ascended. The original drop rate of ascended before they did any fiddling with it was less than 1%. So each additional run you do will give you another 1% on your ascended and increase your loot luck. So if you were to go and do, say, I don't know, half the number of runs it took to get to Chaos 50 before, you will end up with about 8 times the drop rate for ascended items that it was before. 8 times. and your dedicated rates as a whole will be something in the neighborhood of 1% or 2 higher. Do people talk about that? No, because they're too busy saying big number bad. Or I wanted this instead. Yeah, I would like affordable housing and, you know, to put on 50 pounds and stuff, but this shit takes time, and sometimes it doesn't happen all at once. How you doing, Sidju? Hey, Jester, how are you? Think it's because it's different and I, for one, am terrified of change. That's a human thing. Don't want to do the work for the reward. That's pretty much it, Cat. Pretty much it. Hopefully leaves to Claw's other action skill. I think both of the action skills could honestly use some love now. Spellblade was propping up Storm Dragon's Judgment for like Chaos 40 plus, and now that you get old Chaos 50 health at Chaos 60. So Chaos 61 plus the loss of Spellblade, you're really going to feel for Storm Dragon's Judgment. So I think Claw's both action skills could use some love. I like the table. More to do, I guess. Wonderland's my beer game. More beer needed. Number of people coming into Wonderland's Discord chat who don't play the game came in anyway, say patch bad was silly. Yeah, it's because they get juiced up by people who used to play the game, who, whether they admit it or not, are weaponizing people. Yeah, Roddy, that's that's your thing about the people lying about non-chaotic gear at 50. People will just make shit up so that they can feel like they fit in the crowd of people bashing on something. It's fucking wild. Like they haven't even played it. Hey, Envoy, how's the grind? It's a good time. It's a good time. I'm chatting a bit before we start going for it. Any bits for the grind? Thank you for the 500 bits, Envoy. I appreciate it. You enjoying? I've only gone up to 57 on one other character on my Blightgeist dot setup.
Bits for the
there
grind.
It is.
Go Quag.
Thank you again, Envoy. But I plan on splitting the time between Ghostblade and that other build, getting them up. The Lazy raised an interesting point this morning. I think for optimal gear farming, because remember, you need to balance enemy HP versus drop rates of items and stuff. I think optimal farming is going to be somewhere around Chaos 80. If you're going for, like, efficient clear with high chances of getting what you want, it's going to be around Chaos 80. So I'm not super stressed to get to 100 on all the characters right away. I'll probably get a bunch in the range of 80 and then start pushing them up by one there. But that's the thought process. Mentally compared Outriders 40 levels to 100 cast levels both seem tedious to me, although at least 100 doesn't lie to me in run count. Yeah, it's tangible in the case of 100. But keep in mind, gear doesn't improve after 50. Priz, whereas in Outriders, each time you get a new level, you re-gear. Now, they start taking so long that you'll have the mats to re-gear instantly, but you're re-gearing. It's something that's happening. With this game, that's not what happens at all. This is more like Diablo 3, where the Greater Rift system, it's not new gear at all. Like, there's gear that's locked to Torment 6 and higher, which works out to, like, Greater Rift 30 difficulty-wise. Something small like that. It might be, like, 45. It's something in the first 50 levels difficulty-wise. Is where all gear is available in the game. And then Greater Rifts go up to 150. So there's 100 difficulty levels after the top gear. It's for the progression. It's for the grinding. It's not...
Just a girl and she's on fire.
Like, doing it is the point of it.
Chaos 1000 lol, although I'm fine where I'm at. But if I'm in the mood I will go over. It's not a race for me, haha, cold sweat smile.
Cold sweat smile. I love how Text-to-Speech says that. Thank you for the 9 months, Wolf Booty, with the 6 streak. And yeah, I think it's important to look at things the way you did right there. It's a personal thing, and you don't have to do it. Like, there's so many people out there acting like there's a gun to their head telling them to reinstall the game and grind to Chaos 100. No, you don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. It's something that does not take away a single thing from people who don't want to do it, and it is an option for people who do want some extra difficulty in their endgame content, or who do want to invest a chunk of time to get some better drop rates on that character. Like, it's an option. It's as simple as that. Say Chaos 75. Chaos 75 is about where I think will be the happy medium for gameplay. 75 to 80 range. Yeah. Really silly if you actually read it and not just listen to people and rage about the big numbers. There's nothing to be upset about. Yep, Nuke Doggy Dog. It's entirely outrage driven by no statistical information at all. No gameplay experience at all. When you say the thought that incentive to Chaos 100 isn't strong enough, I say that people who think that have a short memory. If you tie any incentive to higher Chaos tiers beyond what they did, then people will feel even more strongly that they have to do it. When Chaos 50 was the highest, and it was the only one where Ascended gear is available, there were so many people screaming that it needed to be nerfed because they wanted Ascended gear, but it was too hard. Like, so many people. So they changed it so you don't need to go to the hardest difficulty for the best gear, and people are mad about that instead. It's almost like they just want to be mad. It's not like they made Ascended only available to 80s and 100s, they made it easier. Yes, it is. This is the fastest Chaos cap now to get the top gear. The fastest. At launch, C20 was the only one that did volatile, and that took 21 runs. Or actually 20, because you had to do 0 through 19. It took 20 runs to unlock volatile gear. But now, it's 10 to get to 50 for Ascended gear. If you tie maximum difficulty to some sort of tangible reward, you will have a bunch of people who identify as casual players being angry they can't access all the content. It's that simple. It happens every single time. It's only 10 runs to get to 50? Yes, there's a catch-up mechanic that they implemented back when Chaos Cap went up to 35, where it was 2 levels per trial up to the previous cap. And then at Chaos 50, they made it 2 levels per trial up to 35. And when they made it 100, they made it 5 per up to 50. It's quicker, but new players are going to have to stop and farm, but that's probably okay. Yeah, that's okay, because that means they learn how the game works, instead of just skipping to the big number. It's like 2 or 3 hours at the max for a decent player to get to 50. Yeah. Granted, you're going to have to re-gear during that, but you're going to be getting a lot of gear because they made farming easier. So. Literally skipped Solistus phases yesterday in Chaos 52 because of how much they lowered boss's health. Never done that before, so I know it's not my build. Yeah, to get to old Chaos 50 health, Roddy, you need to play on Chaos 60. And enemy damage doesn't go to old Chaos 50 damage until Chaos 100. And even then, Wastard and Nightmare both had individual attacks nerfed, so Wastard and Nightmare at C100 are still weaker than, like, old C50. It's very accessible. They ever put in the higher drop rates, or is Chaos 100 probably going to cover it? What do you mean higher drop rates, Sinja? Could you be more specific? And the bunny feeding. Yeah, people keep skipping over the bunny feeding. You spend less time at bunnies and get more loot now. We're talking to a community that's literally always screaming either too easy or too hard with no satisfaction in between. That's correct. All right, let's play some. Plus, you don't see any non-chaotic competitors anymore. Yeah, non-chaotic gear is gone when you're at endgame, which is good. Solves some of the co-op issues in the bunny room too. And now that we can do this, yeah. Apparently, you can also, if instead of holding the button, you just press the button, you can like share crystals with teammates. Which I didn't know about. I heard about this morning. Feel free to fact check me if that's not the case. we go. And Turbo 2 Baggins, how you doing? Got a gear, drop rate, supply to quest rewards? Yes, everything in the game. Skip like last 3 weeks of Wonderlands because Destiny's 2 story has been amazing. Yeah, I'm glad you've been enjoying that. Even if there is dedicated drop rates, players will still complain after the reaction to this patch. Those are set. Yeah. Like, there is no way out of this situation. A certain subset of the fanbase has generated a crisis because they decided they wanted one. It's like setting a fire to be like, look, the place is on fire, things are bad. Like, yeah, you fucking did this. And there's nothing that could be done that would please those people. Can't be done. Automod caught that because of a typo. Cat, I'm gonna deny. But yes, you had a typo there. Only mad because yeah. Because I can't see C100 right away because I lost my disc. Well, the thing is, if you could see C100 right away, it's just not going to go well. Enemy health on C100. Spoilers if you don't want that health value. I'll give you a thumbs up when I'm done with spoiler talk. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Enemy health on C100 is over 4,400%. Pre-patch C50 was 1,800%. So, an utterly massive increase in HP that if you were to just jump from one extreme to the other, you'd be like, what the fuck is this? This isn't balanced at all. You need to progress. Yeah, no spoiler talk. Once you get 1 to 100, though, we have lockers, same as Borderlands. A farming Fate Maker. But that's the thing. Not all builds are the same. Like, if you get to 100 on one build, that doesn't translate to another build. Like, if I get to 100 by throwing pixies with an always-on Buffmeister, that doesn't tell me how to play the game. So when I go to my melee build, I don't know what I'm doing. And additionally, this is all undercut by the fact that you don't have to go to 100 on all your characters. You don't have to do it. And for dungeon crawler type games, earning difficulty levels is part of the intended progression. It's meant to be a big chunk of your time. Once again, Diablo 3. Great example. Diablo 3 is just kind of the best analog for this game. They definitely took design cues from that game for this game. C100 seems balanced around mostly all Ascended gear, which is great because by C100 you should probably have all Ascended with the drop rates. Yes. Exactly that, Roddy. By the time you get to C100, drop rates are such that Ascended is the most common type of drop you'll be getting on C100. Ascended drop rate at C100 is the most likely drop. And that is after going through 50 levels of Ascended being available, so you'll have picked some up along the way. So it's not like you need that drop rate. To the point where, because of how the enemy health goes up alongside the drop rates, it's probably most optimal to hang out in the 70s and 80s for if you're farming Ascended gear and don't have a tippity top tier build that can, like, delete the enemies. Always use Ascended Primordial before I can get them. It speeds up the grind. Speedrun the climbs, you can fight Super Eros. Eros Wyvern's gonna be a good time. I might not get to it until like Tuesday though. Because I'm gonna be splitting time between builds today. And then tomorrow I plan on doing Dragon Age 2 stream tomorrow. And then Sunday I'm off. I think Monday we'll finish whatever climbing we don't get done today on the 2 builds that I have in mind. Blue Goblin Gun? No, actually, I'm using a Scalawag. I'm using a non-unique gun. This is even only chaotic, because how much damage it does doesn't matter much. I'm using this because it is +2, has a fire rate of almost 5, has a 25% melee blade, so I get 25% in my melee damage category just for holding this, and it applies melee crossbolts, which is a fresh multiplier for melee stuff. So, this is just the best gun you can hold for a Ghostblade build. Hey Nova, how you doing? Hang on. I'm being festive for September. Get infinite bolts on a target. 25 is the cap for crossbolts. She had Echo Extension. Yeah. If you remind me in the loot room, Kat, I will, I'll go over all the gear and skill tree and stuff. If you'd like me to. Still 3%, that's 75% extra damage, big help. Yeah, and different kinds of weapons have different quality of crossbolts. For example, one of the reasons Tootherator is a best-in-slot melee weapon is because it has 9 projectiles per shot. Each has a 5% melee debuff, and they have an 8-second duration. Hyperion Sniper crossbolts are very, very good, and Tootherator applies 9 per shot. So yeah, 45% more damage for melee every time you shoot an enemy with this, up to a cap of 25 bolts. And it is a fresh multiplier with the entire rest of your melee formula. Side quest item? Yes. Next weekend, you want to play some Back 4 Blood, some Home for a Long Weekend? You know what? Yeah, I'll take you up on that. Hit me up about it, and we'll plan. I'm down for some Back 4 Blood next weekend. That sounds like a good idea. I was thinking about doing, like a Halloween spoopy game marathon. Maybe. There's some other stuff I'm gonna be, doing throughout October that, I think you guys will like. Dead Space? Dead Space 2 is one of my favorite games. Dead Space 3 is a fun co-op game. It's not spooky, but it's a fun co-op game. Dead Space 1, it's been a while since I played Dead Space 1. Love that Wonderlands gave us rewards and missions we can actually use. Yeah. A lot of people claim to like that about Borderlands 2, and then they completely ignore it for Wonderlands. But, you know, quest rewards in this game are as influential as quest rewards in Borderlands 2 were, so. Like, Tootherator is the best melee crossbolt applicator in the entire game. Last Rites and Heckwader are extremely reliable guns that can get you up to, like, Chaos 50 without you having to regear. Paladin Sword is an almost perfectly rolled greatsword for whatever melee shenanigans you're gonna find yourself doing. Frostburn is literally the only sigil in the game that can get multiple charges. And it's a combination Vigilant and Rebuking sigil. Only one of its kind. People complain for the sake of complaining? Yes. How's Wonderland's been? I haven't played since DLCs came out. I enjoy the game. I enjoy the game. Now, some people are going to construe that as me thinking it has no problems. I don't think that at all. I think it could benefit from a little more variety in content, but what they have been doing to the game has been largely positive. Yesterday was a very good update that has gotten a lot of shit by people who don't know how to separate their arguments from each other. But they've been making gear acquisition better over time. They've been making the difficulty scaling system better over time. And there's lots of build diversity. Got a Primordial Paladin Sword at a vendor yesterday. I almost bought it. It was 82 million at 82.4 million. Couldn't bring myself to do it. Yeah. Paladin Sword is one roll down from max damage for two-handed melee weapons. It's one roll down. Its unique thing is it has 2 hilt mods. Now, unlike the Twin Soul, it's a fixed 2 hilt mods. It always has Warrior and Rampage, but that makes it a really good entry-level melee weapon. Like, I fully recommend that if you have a character that hasn't done the quest for Paladin Sword, that you save that, and then you go grab it once you're on a high enough Chaos tier that, like, you can just read-only farm it to get an Ascended one efficiently. Because having an Ascended Paladin Sword sets you up for so long, especially if you're doing something like Dreadwind. Patch solved 85% of the major issues, too. They had an entire section of stuff that people asked for, and then on top of that, they did bug fixes. They did item balancing. Like, it was a good update. So updates have been good. The DLC season was a mixed bag, Nova. But I think it ended on a high note, with DLC 4 being the most universally well-received of all of them. The class provided by DLC 4 was also very well received. Game's still in doom and gloom state, or people find it not being pessimistic after this patch. Every single patch, the people who decided they hated the game 4 months ago come out and say their same bullshit no matter what's in the patch. They will ask for a thing, and then a month later that thing gets implemented, and then they'll complain that it gets implemented. So the same people still are flinging their shit at the walls constantly. Once again, this is not me saying there are no problems. This is not me saying that they only make good decisions in this game. This is me calling out a fucking unpleasable group of people who have appointed themselves the voice of the entire community, and me being sick of claims that they represent me. They don't. They don't represent me. They don't represent my community. They don't represent as many people as they think they do. I'm sick of it. It's a particular flavor of toxicity that I don't want to be anywhere near. Also, because people have short memories, they seem to have forgotten that this exact thing literally happened with Borderlands 3. And then it just died out. Without any changes being made to the game, people just stopped complaining. It's almost like they're just complaining. Two extra charges on a cube. That's nice. Wait, it still has an 11.7 second cooldown with 3 charges? That's kind of cracked. Okay, the status damage bug is still in. That's what it's supposed to show. That's insanely good. Also, you're allowed to like a game and still have complaints? Yes. I'd say most people are in the camp of, hey, I like it. I'd like if this was different, but I like it. So what they meant by the Spellblade changes, confused by the wording. So Spellblade used to apply to anything that's melee damage, Shakumers. It taking your spell damage and increasing your damage dealt based on that. Now that only applies to your actual melee swings. So you have to do this with the Spellblade for its effects to turn on. Otherwise, it's not useful. I prefer extra projectiles than some things. Can Cube even have extra projectiles? It can. They also act like no one enjoys Chaos Chambers. Yes, there's the frequent assertion that no one likes Chaos Chambers and all we want to do is dedicated farm. I would rather remove my face from my face than dedicated farm. In any lands game, it is not fun to me. I love not having dedicated... Well, dedicated farms are here. That's the thing. The idea that they're not is misinformation. They are here, and they are not useless, despite how some people like to frame it. The math just doesn't support that. People are just mad that there's an alternative. They are mad that the gameplay focus is elsewhere. Like, you can still go save, quit, farm an enemy in the world. You might feel less rewarded than people who are doing a different activity, but that's a you problem. Me having choices doesn't take away the value of what you're doing, is what I say to all you dedicated farmers. I like to have both. I like the chamber. Sometimes I do on dedicated farm, but I do like to get a variety of items from the bunnies. I'm gonna get a better shield pistol spell on one gameplay activity. Yeah, and you can do that, Noob Doggy Dog. You can go after different items in different ways. There are some that are only available from one method or the other, but most items, you can just pick one. There's even dedicated farming within the chamber, if you want to do that. That's why that I like that it isn't the farming method. I do as well. You save quit farm Imelda. I hate you. Increase the max crystal feeding the bunnies from 500 to 2k. They did, Symphony. And they also gave a better split on how many items you get at maximum investment into the bunny. So basically that 2,000 is more items than 4 500 hits pre-patch would have been. So you spend less time hitting the bunnies and you get more loot. Which, again, is something people directly asked for, and those same people refuse to acknowledge that change happened. Still no dedicated drops. Yeah, people say that because they don't check any of the information they repeat from within their echo chambers. Like, you can open up Loot Lemon and you can look at the items. Most items are sourced. Most. A majority. There's literally an event that's been going on for this entire month where they pick an item that doesn't have a source, assign it to an enemy, buff that enemy, and tell you to go there. That's an event that's been going for a whole month. I've not heard it mentioned by that crowd of people a single time. Granted, I don't go out of my way to interact with that crowd of people, because I value my remaining brain cells. If it isn't clear, this is gonna be a extra unfiltered Quag kind of week. Gonna play New Tales? Yeah, I'm definitely gonna play that, cat. Crowd told me they still aren't worth it. That's a them issue, because, if you want the gear, it's still worth it. Like, if you want the item to use, then yes, it's worth farming the item. Like, Quag Angie, so Hitaki. Quag fed up. Once again, like, I really am just absolutely sick of people who can't string together a logical argument supported by actual actionable data appointing themselves my representative. I don't like that. You don't speak for me. Stop attempting to. Hey, Mental Mars, how you doing? Good to see you. More September stuff. Hang on, 1 second. Gotta get Sindri too. September ends today, so like, I'm being fested. Also, I think you have to wake me up for September. No, it's waking me up when September ends, Sora. But I like that you baked in that other song reference. Hey, you didn't have to do that? I know, I wanted to. See, Mental Mars is one of those people, one of those creatives I appreciate. Actually dedicated to just providing good information, accurate information, that helps people out. That's something I respect. Hey, loading screen. Thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate it. It goes a long way. Thank you so much. Definitely pulling no punches today. Honesty means a lot to me. What frustrates me the most, people say there's no endgame variety, it's Chaos Chamber is one thing. I mean, yeah, but it's like infinitely variable, combos of maps, enemies, side objectives, difficulties. Yes. The idea that there's no content is completely different from the idea of wanting more format variety. And the thing is, they almost have a valid argument, but they just never word it properly. Like, I totally agree with the idea of wanting more activities in the game. Like, I would love a non-chamber focus endgame activity or two. That would be really cool. But people make that request by predicating it with, there's no content. Yeah, that's not fucking true. There's still more content. The main content is a literal randomizer that's, like, so variable, you could run normal runs forever, 24 hours a day, and it would take you years to get the same run again. Years to get the same exact run again. People complaining about, it's all the same thing over and over again. Yeah, do you not know what genre of game you're playing? And do you not know what randomizer means? It's talking points. It's empty talking points perpetuated by people who do not have the numbers to back up what they're saying, and do not actually play the game, and do not actually interact with a community that does have those 2 first points under their belts. It's empty words. Literally not reality. That's one thing that bothers me the most. Same thing over and over. Bro, do you remember what you've done for 1,000 hours, BL 1 through 3? Yeah, people who will swear BL2 has the most content they've ever played. It's the same story playthrough 4 times to unlock the max difficulty, and then level to the max level. And then you do each story DLC once, and then if you want to do any of the raid bosses or peak, you farm the same enemy indefinitely. Or you farm the fucking train indefinitely. Like, it's all repetition of the same thing. That is this genre of game. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but that is this genre. That is also dungeon crawlers as a genre. Which, this game is straddling the line between looter shooter and dungeon crawler. So, it doubles down on that. This is C50 plus? Yeah, I'm on C51 right now, Kat. Comparing chambers to slaughter shafts is so dishonest, it's not even fair. Depends on what point you look at it from. I do like the idea of having something more like a slaughter in this game. Like, that's an activity I would want. If they gave us a circle of slaughter, or some sort of wave-based defense thing, like something like that. I think that would be really cool. That's something I would enjoy. Hey, Dane Bramaged, thank you for continuing your gift sub from Coffee. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Like, I would love non-chamber access to the raid bosses and other endgame activity outside chamber. Exactly. I would love those things as well. Doesn't mean we don't have content. There's 2 different sentences. Primordial Rage Handle with Vampire. Shame it's not elemental. It's the high damage roll as well. Brutal Stampede with melee damage, crit damage. Blight Burr, though. No thanks. I'll hold off. I spoke my point, but I'll drop for the sake of agreeing the way based on game content would be cool. Yeah. I know what you meant, Nova. The way you phrased it reminded me of how the argument's been made in other spaces, so I was addressing that more than what you said. But yeah, I understand your intention. The passes on this Mosquito are really good. The skills are almost really good. I think I'm gonna take it. Yes, I actually pick up and use Mosquitoes now, because it's not mindlessly OP now. Mosquito Mantle, its damage formula was changed, so it no longer double dips damage source buffs, basically. It's damage source gear, much like how they changed the Livewire. Livewire used to be damage source gun, then they changed it to damage source melee, and then when they realized that had buffed it, they changed it to damage source gear, which means it doesn't get, like, gun damage, melee damage, that stuff. So they changed Mosquito to work in that way, which lowered its damage by quite a lot. It no longer is an exponential multiplier to your damage, it's just a decent supplement to your damage. And it's the only armor that gives cooldown. So, Mosquito has exited the sphere of unholy items. It is still in contention for most impactful armor in the entire game, but it is no longer like Buffmeister Pixie's level of nonsense. It's just really good. Yeah, and if you guys want to see how impactful just going up to Chaos 52 is, if we look at Chaos 50, 1407 HP, 100% enemy damage. Note that this is half of what it was pre-patch. And then 200% for XP Golden Moon Orbs. Go to 52, 8% more XP, which is more myth rank, which is more stats if you want to get stronger. 8% more gold, which, again, if you're seeing more and more high chaos tiered items in your vendors, you want more gold. You want to keep about 100 mil resting on all your characters if you can. That gives you enough to buy any ascended item you see. So try to stay at a baseline of 100 mil if you can. And you can go below that if you happen to, an item you really need or want pops up. But try to keep 100 mil if you can. And then Moon Orbs, getting more Moon Orbs per run. I imagine by Chaos 100, you're probably pretty close to capping out from just like a boss run, which is pretty efficient. You can get through boss runs in probably around 6, 7, 8 minutes on average on C100, so that's good stuff. Yeah, enemy health not substantially higher from 50 to 52, but if we look at the chaos drop rates down here, keep in mind that this value for C50 these are better than pre-patch. Remember, non-chaotic is not in the mix anymore, and the chances of that distributed evenly among all of these. So volatile primordial equal at 37.04, ascended at 2.47, which is the third different rate we've had for ascended at C50. It was originally 0.99%, and then it was 1 point something. Post-patch, it's 2 point something. Then you go up to 52, it's 4 point something. And that is from doing a total of 12 runs on this character. 12 Chaos Trials gets you to a 4% Ascended drop rate. 12 trials from nothing, from having no Chaos levels unlocked. 12. They're Fixmeister? No, they've never touched it. They fixed the bug, but they have never nerfed it. Act full health after being sick. I'm glad to hear you're feeling better, Mental Mars. Being sick is no fun. I mean, people just need to be okay with the fact that they're going to get bored of any given game eventually. It's not a game problem, it's a human condition. Infinite replayability is, in a sense, subjective. Well put, Corded Empathy. And it says a lot that people have just lost the ability to recognize that. They will say dead game to anything that hasn't been updated within the last calendar week. And this game gets updated every week. So there's no logic to it. Recognize that, which is why I ship between 3 different card games perpetually. I'm always playing multiple games. I usually have a game that I stream for my normal 5 days of my 6-day schedule. And then I have one for variety. And then I have my off-stream game, is usually my rotation of how these things work. Currently, my variety stream game is Dragon Age 2, starting tomorrow. My stream game for my main schedule is Wonderlands. And then my off-stream game is Cyberpunk. They only made good changes. I think it was 99% good changes as well, Kane the Brain. My one complaint, and this is something that I can recognize is from the perspective of a more hardcore player who does not represent a large number of people, is I don't like that enemy damage is so removed from enemy health now. To get to old enemy damage at pre-patch Chaos 50, you need to be on Chaos 100. But enemy health gets back to old Chaos 50 levels at Chaos 60. So there's a whole 40 levels of difference in HP increases to get back to that old damage value. I think that maybe didn't need to be as big of a gap as it is. But other than that, I have no complaints. So how's Dragon Age? Love it. One of my favorite franchises ever. Dragon Age 2 is my favorite in the series, and I'm starting to think people are thinking I'm some sort of games hipster, because I like a lot of games that are infamous for being just shat on when they release. Like, I'm a huge fan of Wonderlands. I'm also a huge fan of Cyberpunk. I'm also a big fan of Godfall, although it took post-launch support to win me back on that one. And I also like Dragon Age 2. All of those are games that people love to make clowning on their entire internet footprint. I'm sure as a Battleborn fan, Mental Mars can attest to what that feels like. I'm told Battleborn was a good game, but people clown on it relentlessly for not being Overwatch. Same kind of energy. Do you like No Man's Sky? I have never played it myself, but I enjoy watching No Man's Sky. And it's another good example of post-launch glow-up. Play the fuck out of Dragon Age 2, tons of minor complaints, but man, is it fun. Yeah, there's some things in that game that are objectively not well done. But that doesn't mean I don't like the game. You know, the shared ban info thing is so useful. Rare W with a Twitch feature. Why does the game keep on giving me World Drop Barrel Maker? Barrel Maker's a decent spell. Element flexible, wide area, good damage. The cooldown's a bit shit, and the status effect's a bit shit, but good spell. They buffed it when DLC 3 came out. Said this before, Dragon Age 2 hit the same week the tsunami slapped Japan, so I couldn't play Final Fantasy XI for like a month. I played the hell out of Dragon Age 2. Dragon Age 2 is the best combat in the series, in my opinion. It's so fast-paced, while still remaining tactical. You could tell with Inquisition they were trying to, look at the notes of a couple games that were popular around the time. And the gameplay integrity suffered a little bit. Usually have a blow-off Steam game and a strong story game, like playing Wonderlands and Elden Ring together. I'd go to Wonderlands, Elden Ring got to be too much. And that's a healthy way to consume games as a form of media. Having multiple that you enjoy and you can bounce between. Irony now is that Overwatch, with the sequel releasing soon, has implemented a lot of features Battleborn had. And it's funny, because I'm seeing a lot of the usual discourse around any new game that comes out, with Overwatch 2 being slammed for being watered down and being a failure. Happens with every new thing. Later added some Battleborn features to Overwatch 2. They even added more, so I guess Gearbox did some stuff right. Yeah. You guys are on the same page. You guys remember when Far Cry 6 got shit for being too formulaic and also shit for changing too many things at the same time? You guys remember that? I think there's some valid criticisms for Overwatch 2, and that's an important thing to recognize, Pragmatic. Nowhere in there did I say that there's not valid criticism. An important takeaway from this entire conversation today is that pointing out that some complaints are completely without basis does not mean you think that there are no valid complaints. Pointing out the culture of hating the newest thing before you have even developed a reason to hate it does not mean you are saying there's no flaws with the newest thing. Actually looking forward to Overwatch 2, also Modern Warfare 2 too. I haven't had too much interest in Call of Duty games in a while. Due to both the games themselves and also ActiBliz. Overwatch is also ActiBliz, but I know more people involved in Overwatch stuff, so the information kind of sinks into my brain by osmosis. Feedback is wild sometimes. It's too much the same thing. People complain about that. If it does something new, people complain about that too. And normally you can kind of parse that by pointing out that you can't please everyone, right? Like, you're not going to create a product that is going to please people who have all these different sorts of tastes. And at the end of the day, all you can do is try to please the most possible people by providing the most possible options. But then those people who complain will complain about both of those states of being at the same time. And then when you provide more options that don't remove any of the things they like, they'll complain that you didn't instead do the thing they want. Going to Chaos 100 in this game, for example, did not take away anything from the game. In fact, it added things into the game that people complaining about the update have specifically asked for. Took away nothing. But catering to the requests of another corner of the fan base absolutely enraged the ones sitting there in their fucking full diapers. Makes you think. Bioshock 2 is great, hugely improved combat over the first, just couldn't capture that same revelatory third act the first had. Have you played the DLC for Bioshock 2, Leg of the Table, by any chance? The storytelling in the DLC really felt a lot more like Bioshock 1 than the base game did. But I agree with your overall statement. My favorite of the Bioshock series is Infinite. 2 has my favorite gameplay. Infinite has my favorite mix of the things. Hey, Wales, thank you for the raid. How'd your stream go? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Once heard a Gearbox dev say he liked the rule of 3, which is 33% old, 33% iteration, 33% new. I like that as well. Because including enough of the old to be brand familiar, brand relevant, and then innovating as all new releases should do. And then also doing that necessary housekeeping. Watch Scream and it was goated. Nothing but sexy people and murder. You live your best life, Moo Girl. Apparently I own the DLC for Bioshock 2. It must have been a bundle or something. It's not long or anything, but it's definitely worth a playthrough for the story stuff. Quite enjoyable. Curious to see if the next Borderlands game do the old skill trees take the Wonderlands route. I have a theory on that, and I think we're gonna see the games diverge even more, right? Because Wonderlands was deemed enough of a financial success that it's not just a one-off separate from Borderlands. Remember, it's always been a different IP technically. It's not just a one-off now. Like, they've expressed multiple times over that it's going to be its own franchise now, full-fledged. But Borderlands is still a thing over in its own area. So I think we're gonna see them split, and we'll have like classic skill trees in Borderlands, and we'll have the multi-class style stuff in Wonderlands. And I hope that translates to gameplay design as well, with each taking cues from each other in terms of what is like universally well received type stuff. But yeah. Devs are very good at picking out real feedback versus rants and whining. It gets disheartening after a while. I think that's a fair statement. Excited for the next Wonderlands then. Shoot, I'm excited with this one. Me too. That Dazzler is trying very hard. I'll take it. $16-hour stream of blind hardcore Diablo 3 runs, learning experience in game like Diablo 3 permadeath is fun. Ah, that sounds like a lot of fun, Wales. Good shit. Good shit. Wonderlands more RPG, will Borderlands be more FPS? That's my hunch. It's completely a shot in the dark, but based on how many people have bent over backwards to try to make this game more Borderlands-like, and then how many people on the other side of that fence who are like, hey, I like them trying out new things. The logical solution there, if both franchises are seen as successful and worth investing, you know, corporate funds into, then why not just put the people in separate playgrounds at this point? Like, people who want to live in 2012 forever, cool. They can have their franchise. People who are open to new things can have theirs. Both is good. I'm of the opinion that, like, even if someone likes an aspect of game design that I don't think their desires are invalid. I don't have to like what they like. They don't have to like what I like. They can just play what they like, and I can play what I like. That's the thing. Most people who like the innovations and risks being taken in modern Gearbox games, most of those people aren't trying to restructure things to fit their own version of what things should be in their head. It's a bunch of people who are resistant to change, who want all the new things to also just be the old things. Like, no. We just play what you like. Keep your fingers out of my shit. Done that, now Gearbox finally realizes new IP and plan on making more. Whether they mean another game or more content, they didn't say. You're right, Zeke. They didn't say. They just said that Wonderlands is a franchise. They didn't say whether that means this game is receiving major updates. They didn't say whether that's a sequel game. They didn't say whether they go the Edge Runners approach and do a fucking anime or something. Like, it could be anything. I'm open to all of it, but we don't know what that entails. We just know that this IP was deemed successful enough to be continued. It's not the TPS treatment where it's like a blip on the radar, then done. Despite how much people are putting effort towards comparing this game to TPS. Borderlands, a Netflix original series. I do still want to watch the Borderlands movie. Home for fast food franchise? I could go for a Skeet Burger. Tone of Borderlands games has been discussion point for a while. Some like the dark BL1 style, others like the fart joke BL2 style. With BL3, they went a bit in the middle. Wonderlands can do a more fun teen, while Borderlands can do a more dark mature. Yeah, I 100% agree with that. And my favorite tone in terms of world building and stuff was actually that dark BL1 vibe. I really, really enjoyed that. Like, things felt fucking grim going through Pandora and BL1. If you've not done it in a while, I recommend it. The gameplay is kind of dated, it's kind of hard to get through, but if you can look past that, the atmosphere, it's grim. Instead of Tannis being haha funny lady, for example, she's like dangerously insane. You're like, you make me uncomfy levels of what the fuck are you? And then with BL2, they went in a completely different direction, and BL2 blew up popularity-wise. So a lot of people associate the franchise with that, without realizing that it got to the point they like by taking that risk. So, sure, it's been asked before, often working while watching. Are you able to give me a quick dumb down explanation of why I'd use Deathless in this game? Keep dropping for me. It's an obvious BL3. Yes, thank you for your education all the time. Happy to do it, Noob Doggy Dog. Deathless is good for keeping Gluttony's effect always on, if you're using a Gluttony. I enjoy that. I have a build that I played on stream yesterday that does that. You can also use the Deathless for shield tanking setups, which are perfectly viable. You stack a bunch of Constitution, HP boosts, it gets converted through the Deathless. And you could play like a Clawbringer, Spell Shot, Blight Caller, all have ward tanking relevant stuff in their tree. You can do all that. Let's be honest, the Borderlands movie is probably going to be terrible. I just hope it's the kind of terrible people love becomes a cult classic. Oh, absolutely. I'm already comparing it to the Mortal Kombat movie from last year, a couple years ago. It was a bad movie, but it was a fun movie. I said Jamie Lee Curtis would make an amazing Tannis, and they picked her, almost dropped dead. I don't see much of a difference in the humor between Wonderlands and any of the previous games. It's not a huge departure, but it is tonally different than BL1, which is the dark tone. And then BL3 focuses kind of elsewhere. I'm not going to say more adult, because it's still kind of immature, but the tone of Wonderlands is it's a microcosm of the whole lands scene, but it's very in the vein of what Tina is about, minus the fart jokes. There's still fart jokes, but there's less of them. I'd say Wonderlands is more mature than BL2, way less mature than BL1, and how it stacks up to BL3, I don't have a fully formed opinion on. But I think all of the different attempts they've made at tone and storytelling and, you know, atmosphere, I think they're all valid. Can't use it at all with Reaper Bones, though. I want to make a build that does, because you can just activate Reaper. It'll end immediately, but you get the 3 seconds of invincibility. So I'm thinking about doing a Deathless build with that cat with enough cooldown to just make that a nice panic button. Like, if you know something's about to kill you, you just turn on Reaper. The HBO one, yeah. People forget the original movies were campy, and this one was the same. Love letter to fans, even wasn't direct adaptation of source material. The classic Mortal Kombat movies are infamously bad, but they're also beloved for being infamously bad. It's different enough to be worth its own IP. I agree. And I'm glad they made this its own IP instead of slapping the word Borderlands on it, because then the people who complain incessantly that this makes creative decisions that are not in line with Borderlands titles would have more ammunition. Morning, Archimedes. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Really like the first Mortal Kombat movie. The second was fan service. The second one was definitely, like, the real bad one. The first one was, as far as video game adaptations go, honestly one of the better ones. Despite it still being a bad movie, one of the better adaptations. The classic first Mortal Kombat movie from the 90s. Go watch it if you haven't. Adapting video games is difficult. I don't know if it can truly be done well in any consistent manner. It has been done, but consistent being the operative term. Like, Cyberpunk Edgerunners is fantastic, for example. That's a good video game adaptation, but it's worth noting that it's also not a retelling of the source material. It is a different story that takes place in that world, and that probably contributes a lot. If you squint super hard, Witcher Nightmare of the Wolf, it takes place in the show canon, but the popularity of the show is largely carried by the games and not the books that both the show and the games take inspiration from. So I kind of include that in this conversation, even though it's not a direct adaptation of the game. It's just from the same origin point, if that makes sense. And then, of course, Witcher TV show. Same thing as Nightmare of the Wolf. Hey, Ducky Dino, how you doing? The Sonic movies have done well, yeah. What else has been decent? Decent or better, game adaptation-wise? With your 5+ days in Cyberpunk, have you been rolling different characters and builds? There are a ton more content in the game since release. Every major patch, they've added, like, a couple things. So they'll add items, they'll add a couple gigs here and there, just, like, a couple minute-long side jobs, but fun stuff. They've reworked the skill trees twice now, actually. They added in a bunch of items that were in the game files at launch, but not obtainable. Like the active camo cyberware, for example. So there's not a ton more content than release, but there's a lot of content that just works differently or works better than it did on release. And yeah, I have been doing different builds. My current playthrough, I'm doing a Netrunner build, like hacking, except I'm mostly using the support ones to let me get in and use a monowire. Because they buffed the monowire twice, and now it's, like, insane. So I'm doing a very hard playthrough, mostly using Contagion, monowire, and then, like, cripple movements and memory wipe. Reboot optics, all that stuff. Gotta head to the store, it looks like. Probably gonna be cat sitting for me, leaving it on for the kiddies. Lurk, sounds good, cat. Thank you again for hanging out. It's always a pleasure. Submit pasta from Sora. My favorite part about Edge Runners and the main protagonist, Edgar Runnerson, said time to run the edge and killed everyone. Love it. You had to watch the DMC anime? I do too, actually. I've never seen it, but I want to watch it. Castlevania series is amazing. Yeah, that's another one. That did very well. Did it not? How's the Uncharted movie? I watched it a couple weeks ago. It was really bad. Like, better than most game adaptations, but still really fucking bad. Like, I was complaining most of my watch time with the movie. It wasn't, like, on the side of the enjoyability line that Mortal Kombat falls on. It was on the other side of the line. Not far over it, but it was over it. I was like, this is dumb. And I'm not even a fan of the Uncharted games like that. Like, I've played 2 of the games. I know the loose plot throughout the series, but it just not a well-constructed movie. Is the DMC anime considered canon? Yes, it is. The DMC anime is canon. There's direct references to it in DMC 5. Well, the first Resident Evil movie. I heard the first one wasn't as bad as the others. I've never seen the first one all the way through. I've only seen parts of it, and I never watched any of the other ones. Uncharted movies come to Netflix soonish here in Holland. Gonna check it out, if only for the Nolan North cameo. I did enjoy that bit. That was cool. And that's one of those things that people who aren't gamers probably have no idea what that cameo was. Like, it's probably completely dead screen time to anyone who isn't approaching it from the angle of, oh, this is an adaptation of the game. Basically, they have the voice actor for Nathan Drake in the games has a cameo in the movie interacting with the live action Nathan Drake. And it's one of those, oh, that's cute. They did that. But, like, your average person's probably like, I don't know what this is. This is a weird conversation. You're correct, I'd explain who that was to my wife, and there you go. Using her polygons as the neck pillow. Based Moo Girl. C5's phenomenal. Love that game. Haven't beat it yet. So fun to play. I love DMC5. I played it on stream a bunch during, I did a playthrough, and then I played it more during 24-hour stream I did last month. I like that game a lot. Had a friend complain there was too much fighting and not enough plot development in the most recent Mortal Kombat movie. Asked him did he know what Mortal Kombat was before watching the movie, and he blocked me. Too much fighting in Mortal Kombat. That's a new one. Hey Dogman, how you doing? Too much cowboy in this Western. Do you know what a Western is? Should have responded. Toasty! You guys ever play Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks? That game is my childhood. I fucking love that game to a point where every once in a while it crosses my mind and I develop just a physical need to play it. That game was sick, yes! It was so cool! The scene that sticks most with me in that game is there's a point where there's like a monk, right? And then he gets impaled through the face and thrown across a room. And then Liu Kang bends over like on one knee and asks him, "Are you alright?" Like, yeah, he's fine. He's fine. He's totally fine. And it's like a poorly voice acted, "Are you alright?" It's amazing. Truly one of my favorite cutscenes in gaming. Game is S tier co-op. I played it with my dad growing up, and it was so much fun. I don't think I have the patience for C100 to watch you do it. That's quite alright. The beautiful thing about the Chaos system is that it's entirely elective. Everything in the game is available to you on C50. Every tier of every item, it's all available on C50. You don't have to go to 100 if you don't want to. And C50 is now easier to achieve than C20 was on launch. Hey Stones on, how you doing? Spell using? I'm using a Fortifying Sigil. Gives me a bit of healing. This multi-class doesn't have any other access to healing, other than the passive on my armor, I suppose. Gives me a bit of healing, gives me some damage while I'm inside, blocks some troublesome attacks, and it also ticks very fast, and spell crits can trigger Executioner's Blade. So it just got a lot of nice uses. Shaolin Monks is the only one I played between MK3 and MK11. It was awesome. Shaolin Monks is so sick. Are UI improvements from the patch noticeable? I've heard from people that scrolling the inventory is smoother. I've also heard fewer instances of icons refusing to load. Now, I did have a couple people claim that the bank was better. I didn't personally notice that myself. The bank feels the same to me. But those are things that I've seen people mention post-patch. The enchantment UI is still kind of fucked. So that didn't get fixed. So overall minor improvements, I guess would be the thing to say. Watch a clip of that, are you okay? Seeing Comedy Gold. Can you post it, Sora? I haven't seen it in years. It's just, it's burned into my brain from like, it has to be maybe 15 years ago, maybe more. It's just burned into my brain. Oh, there it is. There it is. He doesn't sound okay, does he? Oh yeah, that one was through the head. Yeet.
Are you okay?
Oh. It's my favorite. It's my favorite thing. Are you okay? Hang on, I'm actually crying. It's just a scratch. He's fine. He's fine. Oh, I love that so much. It's a flesh wound, good sire. That's so satisfying. Bruise through the chest and face. And spine. He's fine. And brain. That's probably my favorite cutscene ever. I just... it's everything I needed it to be. Watching that was true happiness. Just want to say, I adore how fluent your blade caller build is. Just looks so effortless how much your damage output is. A lot of it is trial and error. The cool thing, Symphony, is Ghostblade is something that I personally am guilty of downplaying a lot when the game was new. Like, I didn't think it could do that well until I messed around with it. And then I started really experimenting a lot with what gear I had equipped and everything. And it really all comes together in an interesting way. My Ghostblade setup was Clawstalker before Blightcaller came out. But with Blade Caller, you get a few things that I found myself liking more. So it's, for the most part, an upgrade over Clawstalker, although Clawstalker Ghostblade is still very good as well. It's one of those labors of love. A lot of various game knowledge came together to make this setup what it is. For new things you get. Bogged down. Bogged down means that you get soaked on every target without having to use a tiebreaker, for example. So that's just like an extra whole ass damage mult in there that you leaves you more time to do things like applying your crossbolts. You don't get as much crit stuff as Clawbringer does, but you get some crit chance here. You get some melee damage in tree, which Clawbringer doesn't have. You get Flawless Edge, which is a bit easier to have access to than Clawbringer's relevant shield stuff. Wraith Mail helps you tank a lot. And you get Virulence for Contagion and Alchemical Agent dots. And plus, Blight Color class feat is just better Dragon Aura. Bogged down and Stag Tiebreaker though, right? No. They apply the same thing. Having Bogged Down means I don't need Tiebreaker, which means I can run a Sigil. It also means I don't need to dedicate a slot to Twisted Delusion in my loadout, which means I don't have to have it equipped. So I can have Livewire for extra DPS when swinging my weapon if I want it. I can have Scalawag as my go-to. I can have Tootherator for Executioner's Blade at long ranges. And I can have Stab-O-Matic for things that I want to die very quickly at long ranges. Curious about how you and Viper determine which multi-class you prefer for this build. This one's tankier. Does more average damage. I believe Clawstalker has a higher damage ceiling, but requires more mechanical input and is ultimately squishier. Clawstalker having a higher damage ceiling because of Awe. Remember, Awe crit is Shrine crit damage, so more impactful. But something you don't get with Clawstalker is soaked on every mob. So this mob's faster. And bossing is not the area where Ghostblade needs assistance, it's mobbing. Which is why we're running Barbaload as well. So anything we do to an enemy we've been shooting with the Scalawag has a chance to ruin another nearby enemy's day. So we can apply a bunch of crossbolts, then plop down a Ghostblade, and then Barbaload will slaughter the room. Best movie video is SpongeBob movie. I just make every build Blade Caller. Blade Caller is such a useful multi-class combo. Like, it can do so much. You've got the dot tech of, you know, Spirit Swarm plus Contagion. You've got the melee-friendly stuff with Alchemical Agent and Frostbite spec. You could do gun stuff with From the Shadows, Geist in the Shell, and have utterly insane damage peaks. You can tank very well. Like, this multi-class combo is super flexible. And all of the action skills for Blade Caller are desirable. There's some multi-class combos where there's one or two action skills you're not really going to have a use for. Like, if you do Frostwilder, sure, you could use Feral Surge, but, like, why would you? Your Mosquito got nerfed. Did it actually get destroyed, just nerfed? Yes, Mosquito got nerfed to a point where I'm comfortable using it. It still is a very impactful armor. It is the only armor that gives cooldown, and the crossbolt placement of this still does damage, but it is no longer an exponential multiplier to your damage. It is very good, but I no longer put it in the same mental category as the likes of Buffmeister, where it replaces your need for a build. Mosquito no longer replaces a build. It is no longer more powerful than an entire skill tree all at once. It is just good. But the main reason I like it outside of the damage here, again, because we don't really need damage, is cooldown. Ghostblade build likes cooldown. Is Bogdown not an internal cooldown? It does. But remember how much time we spend changing between encounters. It's usually over by the time we get to an enemy. Like, see, we had one enemy in between the first and this one where I didn't get bogged down, but it was available by the time I wanted it. It's available there. It's very readily available. Friend who used Mosquito Mail as a crutch is less than pleased, and I'm just on comms with him going sip. Mosquito is still in contention for most impactful armor in the entire game. Like, it is still gonna be a sort of competition between Selective Amnesia, Mosquito Mail, and Warped Paradigm for most number of builds where they're like optimal for, but it is those three. It is absolutely those three. Mosquito for Pog Totem? Yeah, I would say so. Morning, Tom Nasty. How are you? Another reason I'm a little less resistant to Mosquito is because by the time I pass Chaos 60, enemies will have more HP than they did at old Chaos 50, so the power would be more justifiable. But it is still significantly weaker than it used to be, and that is okay because it is still significantly stronger than most other things in the game. Amalgam's good for anything? It is, yeah. Would you say Blade Caller is generally the optimal multiclass for melee damage source in general? No, that's probably Frost Shiver, like Stone Swan said. Because Frost Shiver has 4 action skills that all have something to do with melee in at least a mildly indirect sense. Like, Feral Surge has 2 melee-specific enchants for it, and is a gap closer, which melee builds that don't have a lot of mobility stand to gain from. And then From the Shadows is excellent at buffing a swing-focused melee build or an Executioner's Blade-focused melee build. Dreadwind and Ghostblade are themselves melee. Berserker also gives the necessary bulk to effectively melee certain bosses. Stabomancer does not do anything for survivability outside of movement speed and evasion. Which I believe at max speed, elusive is a 10% chance? Or no, walk speed 10%. So I don't know where this caps out. But it's not ever going to be consistent. So, Berserker also gives movement speed. It's even a comparable amount to Stabbo, while also having healing entry, HP increases, massive HP increases at that, Relentless Rage for an emergency button, emergency state, I should say, for if you go down. The Frost Shiver is just kind of got the best toolkit for melee. Blade Caller is very, very good, though. My favorite melee multi-class combos are loosely in order: Frost Shiver, Claw Stalker, Blade Caller. Said the other day, I live at Chaos 20. I can definitely tell it's way easier now. I'm going to 50. I think you'll enjoy that, Tom. And luckily, that's not a long grind. You earn 5 tiers at a time going up to 50. Now, that doesn't mean you need to use 5 tiers at a time. Because from the perspective of someone who has not done that progression before and doesn't have gear waiting for them already, keep in mind that the difference between 5 different levels is a lot. Like, think about the difference between Chaos 0 and Chaos 5. Like, at launch. That would have been a point where people were like, hang on, my stuff's starting to not do damage. Think about the difference between Chaos 30 and Chaos 35, between 35 and 40, between 40 and 45. Like, it's enough of a jump that I'd say if you're not used to it or prepared for it, it can be daunting. So you don't need to go by 5 each time, but it gives you the option to. That is a perfect middle ground. Honest opinion about yesterday's patch, 99% positive. 99% positive. The 1% negative is, as a more hardcore player, I'm disappointed that enemy damage was lowered to the extent that it was. That is my only complaint. Wasn't old C50 enemy health around 1800? Yes. 1800 and change. Turn it just in time for some Stabbo slander. Praise be to Berserker. How are you, Snowspawn? Yeah, expanding on my answer to your question, Dogman. As of yesterday's patch, the Chaos tier system is the most well-realized endgame progression system in any lands game. Because, unlike OP levels and Mayhem levels, your maximum possible gear is not tied to the maximum possible difficulty. The progression time up to Chaos 50 is now shorter than the original progression time to Chaos 20. It is half the number of runs to old Chaos 20 to get to new Chaos 50. And then every level above 50 is purely elective for people who want a bit more of a challenge, want enemies to hit a bit harder, be a bit tankier, or people who want to invest the time to get access to better drop rates for both higher Chaos tier gear and for gear in general. Because remember, more Chaos tiers means more loot luck, on top of the better split of Chaos tier distribution on gear. And all of these changes came at no downside to anyone who doesn't want to climb. You do not lose anything at all by choosing not to use any of the new 50 Chaos levels. Nothing. You've lost nothing. Now, if you want old enemy HP, that is Chaos 60. If you want old enemy damage, that's Chaos 100. So it's just options for everyone. It is simply more choices for more people. Echo Pegleg, I'll take that. Really dumb that people think they have to climb all 100 levels. It's an old issue. People feel that way about Mayhem levels as well. People feel that way about OP levels. So this time around, they decoupled best gear from highest difficulty. And now those same people are complaining that there's not enough reward and that it takes too long. Like, then don't fucking do it. It's not for you. Not every piece of content is for every player. Example, I do not care about story in any of the looters I play. It is not a selling point for me. It's not something I'm ultimately interested in. I'm more about the builds and more about the gameplay. But I accept that, and I don't throw a tantrum anytime something purely story-related happens. Not all content is for all players. Another example, have you ever played an MMO? Some people are really into the crafting side of things. Some people don't do that at all. Not all content is for all people. They're allowed to make things that only benefit certain portions of the player base. And contrary to what some people would have you believe, it's not a 1 to 2% of the player base wanted additional chaos progression. Among active endgame focused players, uncapped chaos is a very popular request. Now, this is not uncapped, but this is closer to uncapped than what we got. The core tenet of decoupling the highest difficulty from the highest gear, that happened, that came through. So, among, people who actually know what they're talking about with this game, this is very well received. What's an MMO? Massively multiplayer online game. Things like World of Warcraft, that genre. Enemy damage is nerfed hard. Cut in half, Dogman. Literally halved. Which was by community request. Now, I do not like that change. That is the one thing I don't like. But a lot of people asked for it, so Gearbox did it. If I play Doom, am I required to play Ultra Nightmare? That's another of the examples I like using, Sam Lasco. I love the game design of Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. I think they're an achievement for the genre. I think they're very cool. Visually impressive, engaging to play. Dynamic music is an awesome feature. Just the Doom games are great. I am not good enough to play those on Ultra Nightmare. I play on Ultra Violence, which is like the third highest, and I'm comfortable. And this is coming from someone who I push myself to the limit in every looter I play on the highest difficulty I can possibly get to. But on that game, for my enjoyment, I don't play on the hardest one, and I feel perfectly comfortable not doing so. Like, now I just need dedicated drops to make the K6 Jolts, etc. crowds happy. That's the thing, dog, man. That crowd of people cannot be pleased at this point. I am fully convinced there is nothing that could feasibly be done to this game that would make them happy. For example, the structure of what you just said is based on a lie. Not your lie, but a lie that has been spread a lot. That lie being that there isn't dedicated farming. There is. It exists. It's in the game. Now, the actual reality of that point is that some people are dissatisfied that dedicated rates are tied to loot luck, which there's arguments for that. There's logical points for decoupling loot luck from dedicated rates. I totally agree with that. I don't personally care much because I don't like dedicated farming at all, and I don't care to do it, but there's decent points there. But a majority of items in this game do have dedicated drop sources, and you can go and do it. The talking point that you can't, or you shouldn't, is based on an overreaction. It is a misrepresentation of the truth. And dedicated farming was also improved with yesterday's update because at high chaos levels, non-chaotic gear is out of the pool completely, and rates for higher tiers have improved, which affects the entire game, including dedicated farming. So certain people in the crowd that you mentioned, the ideology of that section of the fan base, would have you believe that yesterday did nothing for them, but that is because they are either misrepresenting the truth to enrich their own arguments, or, not doing the research before they complain. Nice beanie. Thank you, Fireball. Ooh, Ascended Snake Stick with Caustic. It's the slow swing speed, though. Pick it up anyway. That's the Feral Surge, one of the Feral Surge enchants that I mentioned. Someone just made up their mind long ago. Yeah, Cane the Brain. Absolutely. There's some people who, they're never going to be won over. People who made up their minds about this game 5 months ago, there's nothing that can be done to get them back. And the same thing happened with Borderlands 3. People have short memories, and a lot of people who are around in the Lance community now weren't around then. But I will tell you, straight up, this exact climate in the community of people complaining about problems that don't exist, it happened in Borderlands 3. And you know what happened? Those complaints died off slowly as those people stopped spreading false information. Without any changes to those aspects of the game happening, it just stopped. Because it's not true. Dedicated farm for years, so Chambers still feels like the thing I'd rather do. And there's nothing wrong with there being options. A lot of people view there being an alternative that is more powerful in some farm cases as a devaluation of dedicated farming, but that's not the truth at all. And if they feel that way, then I invite them to rewind the clock 2 years ago to when they inflicted that exact thing on world drop farmers out of this fear of alternatives being viable. The complaints seem louder to me in Wonderlands than BL3. Because it's newer. Because it's newer. Loading screen. BL3's content cycle happened over a longer period of time. So it took longer for these things to... these people to do what they did. And it was spread out more. Wonderland's content cycle, the entirety of the DLC season, happened in 5 months? But it is the same. Played Wonderlands on release, played through the story twice, reached C20 with one character, didn't feel like climbing further because I didn't have that much fun with the game. So I stopped playing the game and don't bitch about it online. So you disengaged from something that you didn't enjoy, Vocal Assassin? Wow, you decided to be an adult? It's crazy that people can't do that. The number of people I see every day who make it their business to go to a place where people are discussing or enjoying Wonderlands to make everyone aware that they don't care about it, I mean, it kind of seems like you do care. Like, if you don't like something, you don't need to make it your mission to ruin it for people who do like the thing. Like, and you also don't need to pretend to advocate for changes that wouldn't win you back over anyway. Because several times now in the history of this game, a change has been asked for, that change has been implemented, and it did not do anything to win over the people who asked for it. Happened in BL3 as well. But if I don't like it, then nobody else can. And therein lies the point. A lot of the criticism of yesterday's patch comes from people who they do not understand the concept of not every part of every game is for you specifically. Some things are designed for other kinds of players, and that's okay. You don't have to engage with it. But that is a complex thought pattern that does not get picked up enough. He was just like the bitch. It's true, Snuffy. Hope you're doing well. Morning, Foster. How you doing? Sorry, bit of regular related depression work is awful. People hating yesterday change generally more curious or take than Spicy's take the patch. 99% positive patch, Foster. 99% positive. But yeah, people are doing the usual thing they do on patch cycles and raising a lot of toxicity. I'm debunking. Off topic, any chance you jump into Godfall and Variety Day for a couple runs? Like to see someone competent play some endgame? Yeah, I could do that at some point. That sounds like something I'd like to do. Maybe after I'm done with Dragon Age 2 for Variety Days, maybe I do that. Not every game is for you. I really like Battleborn and others chose Overwatch. There you go. I'm still bitter about the BL3 World Drop nerf, and I haven't put any significant time in the game in probably a year. Yes, because it was a change literally asked for by people who had no intention of sticking around to benefit from said change, that did absolutely nothing to help the game, and literally only hurt a category of players. It did zero positive things for the game, but it was advocated for loud enough by a bunch of people who did not actually have any positive intention towards the people consuming the game. World Drop nerf hurt Borderlands 3. I'm still very annoyed about that. I'll see in social media point some you have a new thing you go on a great build resources game. Sorry, I've been around. Yeah, the community builds document is a work in progress for this game. I get a little bit of work done on it every day. Every day I have time, that is. But similar to what we had for Borderlands 3, where it was split across 4 documents, it'll be 1 for this game. Work in progress. Was a nerf, might have stopped playing by then. They cut world drops at mayhem levels, high mayhem levels, in half. Mocking Fun Days. They halved world drop rate. So unsourced things that weren't specifically dedicated drops, they halved them. So what this means is that the problem that people highlighted of BL3 playthroughs, where all your gear is legendary by the time you beat the story, that didn't go away because they only changed it in mayhem levels. And all it resulted in is more difficult farming at endgame for people who don't treat the game like a scavenger hunt. One day at a time you get there with the build document. Thanks, Mental Mars. I know you know better than most people what an uphill battle resource management like that can be. So that actually means a lot to hear. It's finding the time is tough sometimes. Post anywhere? No. Work in progress. I don't have it in a state where I want to post yet, and it's still at a point where only a couple of people have seen it. Like, I own the doc, and Pirek was helping me with some stuff on it too. I have the channels and stuff for working on it with the team set up. It's just still in like alpha stages, you could call it. Formatting is the big thing that's taking a while because it's not like the BL3 build doc where you could have, hey, this one is for Amara builds, this one's for Flak builds. You can't really do that with a build doc for this game because, okay, this one is for Blightcaller builds, but hang on, multi-classing. So you have 7 different classes, 21 multi-class combinations. Because you have the solo, and then you have each pair. So indexing is the primary headache. Build 301 is invaluable and the flag stuff is super useful. Hey, I'm really glad that you get use out of that. It was a labor of love, and a lot of people worked very hard on the BL3 docs. To the point where they're still looked upon favorably years later. So that's good to hear. My site, hey, I want to add all the legendaries to my site. Wait, what, they're over 300? Well, I'll do a few per day, but at the end I got there. Yeah. Healthy work-life balance is not something I've ever been very good at. Full disclosure, so if I have a task like that, either I will spend a decent chunk of time not doing it, or I will spend like an entire 18 hours straight doing it. I suppose this is in line with how my ADD manifests. Like, I'm really bad at starting and stopping tasks, so like, I'll either do none of it or all of it. There's no in between. Moderation is something I need to work on. Or what now? I know a build I want to try to take the higher chaos after Deadshot, maybe melee Frost Shiver. A Frost Shiver would be a good one to do because you've got so much build flexibility on that multi-class. I probably should be doing a Frost Shiver first, like my Dreadwind build, but I felt like trying out Mosquito on Ghostblade today. I'm thinking of going to, Chaos 60 on this, then switching back to the dot build, getting that to Chaos 60, and then probably going back to this one to go to 65, and then see how much time we have left. Gotta say, love your streams. Your coaching commentary and salient points are awesome. The way you diffuse idiocy is amazing. Hey, thank you for that. Rickety Tabby. I appreciate that. That actually means a lot to hear. I try to, So, a lot of people like, commentary as their medium as a creator. I'm more of a conversational kind of person, I suppose that makes sense. Like, not quite a debate sort of environment, but I like, raising a point, hearing what you guys have to say about it, explaining my reasoning, providing context to whatever point I'm making. I like making it sort of a conversation. So hearing that I'm presenting myself in a way that even remotely makes sense, that does a lot for the old self-esteem. Thank you. Sometimes I worry that I'm rambling too much. And sometimes I do, I'm sure, but it's worth it for the things I do get right. You slowly take different builds up the chambers, that way things don't get way behind. It also helps break up some of the repetition. Because Chaos Trials are not randomized, it's a fixed order. If you do like a full climb to 100 and then do it again with another character, well, you've been doing the same pattern of runs for quite a long time at that point. So the way you get around that is by breaking up with different activities. And different builds. I know it's been having an issue where Butt Stallion buff's not showing up last week. No. Do you mean like Butt Stallion is not showing up in your runs, or are they not like showing up in your tree? Did I just get a Butt Stallion buff? I did, right? Yeah, my armor boosts Potent Poisons and Exploit Their Weakness. And then I got a Butt Stallion buff to Wraith Mail, but it's not showing on the card fully. It's showing there, but not over there. Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Interesting. It's been happening for weeks now. Has it been? I never noticed. Masterclass and debate. If you're going to argue for or against something, substantiate your view. The way you deconstruct ill-founded or baseless claims is a joy to witness. Thank you. I try to put my money where my mouth is, so to speak. It's easy to make a claim. It's harder to, as you said, substantiate it. And something I want to add to that is, keep in mind, I do not believe I am, like, always right or anything. I welcome differing perspectives, and I can fully get along with people who don't feel as I do. If it seems like I'm forcefully condemning a certain individual, I'm not. I would say the name if I was. And ultimately, people's conduct matters more to me than their opinions on video game balancing. Go to a lot of streams for the games, I come here for the discourse. That means a lot. Oh, swing speed bug. Good job, Contagion. That was Contagion spreading my alchemical agent dot to hit an enemy around a corner. It was good stuff. Yeah, turning off tutorials disables some important information, like what curse you just picked, for example. That's tied to having tutorials enabled. Alright, I'm running to the bathroom real quick. I had too much coffee. Little Shimmer's room. BRB. Alright, be back. Arcturus Blades. Been playing One of Man's about a week, and I might cast 60 for the update. No DLC yet. Notice your remaining stab versus blades resistance stab talent tree damage increased a little compared to every other subclass. That's a really good question. I'm glad you asked that. You're absolutely right that Stabo provides less damage overall directly in most scenarios, but there's a couple things that are within Stabo's wheelhouse, and one of them is melee because of this skill right here, Alchemical Agent. This applies an extremely powerful dot, and you can just apply a bunch of dots through it, and then you spread those around with Contagion. Executioner's Blade also gives you a way to deal with enemies that have troublesome hitboxes. Like, for example, Ghostblade does not like to hit Banshee from any angle except for one side angle that you can only do while she's doing one of her animations. It just doesn't connect otherwise. Ghostblade also doesn't like to hit Imelda. It is very difficult to hit Bernadette with it. And you can't really hit Fyodor's Soul Cells either. So for those situations, that's when I have to use either Stab-O-Matic or I can use Executioner's Blade. It's an advantage provided by Stabo. And in terms of Blightcaller Tree, there's not much that would benefit me beyond Frostbite, whereas Alchemical Agent is so big that I can just have this and that. Active Decay is kind of minimal because we already have Whisper of Rot for a lot of elemental damage, and this is just additive to that. Hex Machina, minimal. We don't need more fire rate than we already have from Nimble Fingers. Worst Curse, minimal because Ghostblade doesn't get ability damage, and we don't use spell damage for anything. And then Burnt Offering, again, we don't care about gun damage, and we don't need spell cooldown. Shitty new space the nonprofit I work for rented and just moved into 2 weeks ago has been rented to someone else, cutting out a month of our time there and fucking up our calendar for the next 3 months. Just spend hours tomorrow supervising movers when it was supposed to be a 3-hour day. Ugh, I'm so sorry, Boom. That sounds awful. And really, no warning? They just... Ugh. That's the worst. I'm sorry. Knowledge for melee builds is lacking right now. I mainly know gun builds, gun status builds. Yeah, for status stuff, Blightcaller is absolutely the bee's knees. Spirit Swarm is just one of the best individual skills you can invest into in the entire game. But for melee specifically, Alchemical Agent is more relevant than Spirit Swarm, because melee weapons themselves, their dot values tend to not be great. or their chances aren't great, or some combination. Like, if we look at my melee weapons here, Rage Handle is a rare exception to the dot damage rule. That's not bad. It's not nearly as good as what certain guns can do. If I had a Sword Explosion on here, I'd hover over that. But most things are more like the Snake Stick, 240 dot at Primordial, 8% chance. You've got Banshee, which is a really good damage, but the dot is completely terrible. So Alchemical Agent instead gives you a way to get a better dot scaling off the actual damage you did. With a nerf to the class mod, why not use a Plate Mail with +3 Contagion? Because Plate Mail is a damage down, whereas Mosquito is still a damage up. Plate Mail takes 30% of your damage and chops it off into a bonus element that is Dark Magic. Now, situationally, that's a damage down, particularly on things that deal area damage, because bonus elements don't get area damage. But in the case of Ghostblade, it would just make it so that that part of my damage isn't getting things like bogged down. The soak from that, it would make it so I wouldn't be able to get... It would just be less damage, basically. Whereas Mosquito, despite being nerfed, Mosquito still inflicts an instance of damage that is very strong. It's no longer like squaring your damage, but it's still one of the most impactful armors in the game. You can argue that Mosquito is a top 2 armor, the other one being Selective Amnesia, and then you have Warp Paradigm being just behind them. Mosquito is also the only armor in the game that gives you cooldown. See at the bottom, on kill, gain 3.1% action skill cooldown rate for each crossbolt stuck on the target. No other armor gives you cooldown. So for Ghostblade, which has an uptime issue, that's relevant to me. Plate Mail good for Blast Chill, Blast Gasp? No. You'll see more Blast Chills and more Blast Gasps, but you will see weaker ones. It increases your frequency, but lowers your damage, so it makes it more inconsistent. It increases the number of results you can get, which lowers your consistency is ultimately less desirable than just using something that gives you more damage. Plate Mail double dips though, so you instantly getting 2 statuses, if I understand. The thing with it is, that's not quite double dipping. It's you can get 2 different statuses, but they'll be lower. So it's 70% will be your damage, but then the 30% is the Plate Mail. It doesn't give you an additional 30, it takes your 30 and changes it. Which isn't a damage up. Now, there's some interactions that favor Plate Mail. For example, if you're using a headcanon, having a Plate Mail makes headcanon's effect trigger twice when you hit a crit, meaning you get 2 full damage explosions. That's good. That's a great use for Plate Mail. Plate Mail can result in more Play the Angles triggers, and Play the Angles is so ridiculously strong that even a Play the Angles at 30% power is enough to one-shot most enemies. So those are examples of where I'd use Plate Mail, but for this, it would not provide me anything positive, whereas Mosquito provides me 2 positive things: damage and cooldown. Strongest class mods for Selective Amnesia, missed the other. Warped Paradigm was the other one, particularly the one that converts spell damage into both melee and ability. That is the most desirable one. The other flavors just aren't as great because melee damage is easy enough to come by with proper investment. But there's no reason to convert it into spell and ability. And then ability damage is not exactly common to acquire, so there's not enough of it for it to be a desirable conversion. Mosquito's acceptable power level now, love to see it. Yeah, it's very strong, but I no longer put it in the same box as Buffmeister. Now, if you use them both together, obviously it goes back to being insane, but... Use status builds for guns to get more status, more spreads. I have no DLC to play status force, play the Anguish Contagion. Yeah, at that point, you're fishing Contagion onto multiple enemies, you're getting faster and more consistent use of Exploit their weakness. And yeah, that makes sense. Plate Mail is good at that. Poison Rage Handle. Warrior. I'll take that. It's for another build, but I'll take it. And sorry for the slow climb today, chat. I'm very chatty. Stopping to talk a bunch. It's proof I'm enjoying what I'm doing. For melee Frost Shiver, would you try and use for mod? I'm personally very partial to Selective Amnesia because Frost Shiver is tanky enough that the risk of downing yourself with Amnesia basically doesn't exist. And because as a melee build, you're in close quarters often enough, you're being hit more often than other builds, meaning you'll have it on. Frost Shiver also has a lot of movement speed built in Tree, and Amnesia gets stronger the more movement speed you have. It's a very solid combo. Then getting all the DLC, you think Stab Blight is stronger than Stab Spore? It depends on what kind of build you're doing. For status effects, absolutely. For status effects, Blight Caller is by far the strongest choice. Blight Caller is also very good for gun builds. For spell builds, it's not very relevant. And for melee builds, it's not very relevant either. But if you're looking to do gun builds or status builds or a gun status build, Blight Caller is incredibly good. I know I just said Blight Caller is not that good for melee builds, but this is kind of an exception because of the mechanics of Ghostblade. All classes can still do all things. It's just each one has things they are better at. At least today you're actually using the bunnies. Sorry, J-Bridge. Use gun status like speed clears, high damage for bosses, doing 5-minute chaos runs. Yeah, Blight Caller, absolutely up your alley. Blight Stabbo is insanely powerful and good at a wide variety of things. I'm a big fan of Blight Graveborn for dot stuff because of the mechanics of how Spirit Swarm works. Spirit Swarm is basically a companion that thinks it's a dot. Or I suppose more accurately, it's a dot that thinks it's a companion, but its damage formula is essentially the status you did as its base, and then it gets its own things. Now, it doesn't get companion damage, but because it is a companion, it gets bonus elements, so you get things like Harvest and Reaper of Bones applying as percentage boosts, as percentage-based bonus elements on your Spirit Swarm's damage. So basically, long story short is, you can apply very powerful dots in this game, taking in the hundreds of thousands. Spirit Swarm is then going to take that as its base and double dip a bunch of your damage boosts, and then it'll also get bonus elements. So you can basically use Spirit Swarm as a way to apply bonus elements to dots in a way you can't normally do. And Graveborn has Reaper of Bones as a powerful bonus element that will also permanently keep your Selective Amnesia on for ludicrous amounts of damage and movement speed. And then Blight Caller also gives a bunch of movement speed, which makes Amnesia better. And also amped up will help fight the drain from Amnesia on your ward. It's just a good combo. I like it a lot. I'll be playing that build a bit later on stream if you'd like to see that in action. Spirit Swarm doesn't get companion damage. I don't know why build sucks. Yeah, it doesn't get companion damage. It also can't crit. Spirit Swarm is one of the very few things in this game that cannot crit. But it does get bonus elements. It does count towards having a companion out. And it is very good. Said Blight Grave is weak and Blight came out. Must impress you a lot. It did, because Reaper of Bones, Amnesia is a very powerful combo. Harvest is great on Spirit Swarm. Sanguine Sacrament's great survivability. It's one of those things I had to do some experimentation with, but got to a point where I like it. Kind of like Ghostblade. And part of being a good theory crafter is revising your stance as you get new information and as you try out more things. Notice the stab blight mob is a little slow for gun status. And I just to speed that up, like as Ruby sees in that build. Just different choice of guns in general. Integrating a Barba load does a lot, because you can use, say, a Bolt Lash spell or a Love Struck Bow spell to apply crossbolts to a target without having to switch to a crossbolt gun. And then you could shoot them with any dot gun you like. So mobbing with a Bolt Lash, a Barba load, and a White Rider is very speedy on that setup, for example. Livewire will apply a lot of dots to a lot of targets, yeah. Have to go into kick-ass mode at work for a while. Just want to come and listen, patch talk, ask about the new build dog. Really appreciate you and your passion for this game, Cog. Spread the love, everyone. I hope your day and your situation get a little less stressful, Foster. It's always good to see you. Thank you for the kind words. Pretty funny Shroom Wraith is at Chaos 54 right now with companion rings and skill investments. It's just a testament to the power of the multiclass. Shroom Wraith is a very powerful multi-class combo. It's funny because Blightcaller kind of covers a bunch of the weaknesses of Spore. Like, Spore Warden gun builds, for example. They kind of suck at single target. They're great at multi-target, but they suck at single target. But then, Blightcaller is amazing at single target for gun builds, because Geist in the Shell triggers off of, you know, gun stuff. And then you also have Bogged Down being useful in the same way it's useful for this build right now. I don't need to juggle, say, a Cape of Tides or a Tidebreaker or a Twisted Delusion. I can just get that Soaked debuff organically as I play. You combine those, and Spore Blight is a very powerful gun build combo. Someone say Mana Clash? Hey Stump, how are you? Melee. Yeah, Melee, Loki Legend. How are you? Rockin' Shroom Wraith at the moment too. Gun build at Chaos 85. Ooh, how's it feeling at 85? Kane. I'm slightly worried about the performance of gun builds at high Chaos tiers without introducing shenanigans I don't want to do. Is it still feeling smooth at that point? How do you kill the gold serpents? Anyone know? Melee. I was responding to Irish, but also... yeah, I realize that now. But yeah, melee. Buffmeister Pixies. I mean, Pixies is one of those things that's just going to be viable. Buffmeister is one of those things that... I'm worried that for certain build archetypes, it'll become less disgusting at higher tiers, and like... it will be the solution to certain problems. I think the item is extremely overpowered in general, but we'll have to see if the higher health totals at high Chaos tiers can justify it a little more. Because, keep in mind, Chaos 100 is multiple times more healthy than old Chaos 50. But that's also before accounting for the fact that you can still elite rooms and take curses. So, like, true max difficulty, playing on intense C100 with curses and eliting every room, enemies are going to get pretty beefy, to a point where Buffmeister might not even be overpowered there. But that's something I need to do some actual research on. Check after this round, but I managed one in about 10 minutes. That's pretty good. 10 minutes is a solid benchmark. Someone who came from World of Warcraft, Diablo 3, which is similar for getting Gears Wonderlands, also played Borderlands 2 a lot. I'm curious if getting into YouTube and streaming is worth my time. Is currently a struggling job due to having a lot of medical issues in my back. Any feedback would be awesome. So the thing with getting into streaming, Arcturus, is if you're getting into it for the money, it's gonna be disappointing to you because a lot of it is being in the right place at the right time and already having connections in a given community. For example, I got into the Borderlands Twitch scene when BL3 came out, and I mostly just became a regular in a few chats of people who I enjoyed watching. I was going through a difficult time personal life-wise, so it was a good distraction for me. And I just became a chat regular for a few months. Eventually, I got into theory crafting for Borderlands 3, so I decided one day that like there wasn't enough representation of theory crafters on Twitch. I was like, it may as well be me. So I started streaming some challenge runs of endgame content. Not expecting to gain any traction or anything, mostly just to have people to chat to and a place I could point to for like linking bots and stuff. Eventually, I ended up making a build for BL3 known as Rackstab that was in the right place at the right time, got a lot of attention from bigger creators who wanted to spotlight it and show it off. And I got a lot of early growth that way. Moxie is one of the people who really helped me take off by doing that. I will always be grateful to Moxie for that. He's a solid dude and is just the kind of person you want to like know, especially if you're trying to get into stuff. Just good human being and also good creator who could tell you a lot more about proliferating your content than I could. But for me, it was largely knowing the right people, being a name people had seen before, because active chatter, and luck. I didn't turn it into my job until a few months into the pandemic when it was obvious things weren't going back to the old normal. And because I am an immunocompromised person, I didn't really want to risk going out into the world and getting back on the job hunt before things had calmed down and vaccinations had become a thing and stuff. So I started doing it for the money at that point. But I was already established before I went full-time, is the point I'm making there. So I don't think it's something you can feasibly start out for the clout and for the money because it won't work out that way. Imagine having to go C100 on intense, leading every room to make an item not OP. The unspent myth rank points might come in handy. Yeah, that's true. I might, maybe, as I get comfy on C100, consider spending more with myth rank points. Because I am still at my self-imposed cap of 480. So I'm at myth rank 918, but I have 438 unspent points. Don't forget, you're super special, awesome math brain, and have helped a lot of people understand game mechanics and damage formulas. Look, because you're a badass. I appreciate that, Ghosting. That means a lot to hear. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. It's always good to see you. But yeah, Arcturus, if you're still here, you also mentioned Diablo 3, and Diablo 3 is my most common point of reference for this game. Like, explaining how this game works to people, I bring up Diablo 3 so much. Love video games, and it's always been something I've enjoyed. Not needing to use my body, I've used my mind. Theorycraft in any game I played is always fun to find game-breaking stuff. Just want to find a place I fit into, as I'm a bit of an awkward person. You've been very kind. Thank you for talking. Hey, it's my pleasure. And I think you fit in here quite well. So I'd be happy to have you be part of this community. I'm here to get educated in more ways than one. I appreciate you, Blackskin. Is it better to rock 2 of the same rings or 2 different ones? Depends on your rings, really. Like, I want a bit of duration, but I don't want to give up too much damage, so I run duration on 1 ring here. And Championship Ring is a good condition because bossing is when you will tend to need more of your damage and more of your duration. When you move Ghostblade, it takes off a fixed percentage of your remaining duration, but that percentage calculates based on what your max duration is. So having more duration increases doesn't give you more Ghostblade in mobbing. Not really. It does in bossing, though, so this is nice for that. And then I just happen to have a Thumb Cuffs with very high crit chance. And crit chance is very good for melee because you can take your base melee crit very high. Like this Rage Handle has 19% base. You can get a 20 base or you can get a 21 base, but 19 is the fast swinging one. So having enough melee crit chance on my gear means I'm resting at 89% without all my buffs active. If I have Frostbite active, and if I have my Ghostblade enchant active, and if I have Rage Handle stacks, and if, you know, all that stuff, it gets higher. So I can be chilling at 100% crit. And why not have that 100%... Scared the shit out of me. Why not have that 100% crit and the little bit of extra duration instead of just having the crit chance or just having more duration than I need? So dividing up the rings works out nicely for this build. Remove R. I can do that, Emily. I will not reload my my Skulldugger anymore. Found out basically disabled, grown up poor. Didn't find out until the damage was on being varsity sports in high school. #1 lifter in my state. On top of that, games turned into my life and finding work outside is rough these days. Oh, I totally get it. I've been immunocompromised my entire life. Rheumatoid arthritis, if you're familiar, so it's an autoimmune disease that also limits what I can do physically a lot as well. So gaming is not only escapism for me on top of entertainment, it is also, because I'm very lucky to be in the position I'm in and have the support that I do, it is also work. So it ticks a lot of boxes for me as well, because sometimes life deals you a shit hand. Hey, Loki Legend, thank you so much for taking care of Arcturus. I appreciate it. Sometimes life gives you quag aim. That's true. It does do that. I do want to try out Greed Warden. With the change to Spellblade for a Storm Dragon's Judgment build, you're looking at either Goblin's Bane or Greed Warden, or maybe Diamond Guard Sword. One of those 3 is going to be the go-to for that. There might be merit in Greed Warden plus Harbinger. So I'll grab that so I don't forget. Is Executioner's Blade good damage here? It's an amount of damage. It's not, like, super noteworthy, but it's there because it lets us do more than nothing against certain targets like Bernadette. I can just shoot Bernadette with my Scalawag, and it'll apply Soaked through Bogged Down, and then Executioner's Blade, which will benefit from the Bogged Down, etc., etc. Also, Executioner's Blade can be triggered by the Sigil critting, so if any enemies are standing in here, they have a constant chance to just get bladed. It's useful. It's not a primary damage source, but it's useful for the amount of skill points it takes. Storm Smite still subpar? Yes. It'll do better comparatively on C50 now than it did pre-patch, but that is specifically because the health was kicked down the road. So, like, you can probably have an easier time storm smiting up to 50 than you could before. But it's still going to fall off higher up. So we're at a 9.25% chance for Ascended, only at 57. So keep in mind, this is still only 17 runs. 17 total Chaos Trials for 10 times the original Ascended drop rate. No chance at all for non-chaotics. Only a 13.73 chance for chaotics. And then if you look at loot luck, max loot luck without gear is 54,000 now. And loot luck is not only chances of getting, world drop legendaries. It is also chances of dedicated legendaries. So basically, you put in less time than it took to get to cap before to get better results than you did before the patch. It's just better. It is simply better. Currently a locksmith, thinking of getting a more consistent job, start an online store, 3D printing stuff, and get into YouTube and Twitch since I play video games so much. Why not? Posts at making a community. Understandable. Hey, it sounds like you've got a widespread of talents and interests, which is always good when you're looking to establish yourself as a creator on the internet of any kind. What point does increase in loot luck stop being useful? We've gone from 40,000 loot luck max to a 6-digit figure. It starts to taper off in like the 20 to 30k range, but it still is increasing. So like, it's kind of like, you know how in BL3, or this game has the same cooldown formula as BL3. But you know how cooldown rate stops being useful to stack in any significant capacity after a certain point, but Amara still stacked every single bit of it she could get before Expedite was fixed, because she still just needed any scrap of cooldown she could have. It's like that. Loot luck is still the only thing that does what it does, and if you can get more easily at no real trade-off, then, like, why wouldn't you? So it's still worth, for example, if you're gonna hit the bunnies or spin the wheel, if you're really trying to squeeze out everything you can get, it's worth keeping a ward with loot luck enchant and a double-rolled ascended loot luck amulet. I want to say the max is 149,000 for solo now, with all gear, with all dice, and the shrine. 149,000. I think we decided 60k was the cap. Didn't it plateau hard after that? It has several points where it starts getting less useful, but it starts in the 20 to 30k range where noticeably you get less value per point. It probably does plateau harder after 60k. I don't remember offhand. There is a graph somewhere. But it's still at a point where you are getting an amount of value at no trade-off. It is simply, you are getting better chances the higher you go up. Maybe not significantly on an individual level basis, but when you include 50 of those levels worth of extra loot luck, that's a lot. And that's 50 levels before applying your multipliers, so it's a lot. Ah, yeah, there it is. Thank you. Thank you, Mental Mars. Yeah, so it's almost a straight line once you get to 40k for what has been calculated there. Keep in mind I'll pull this up on screen so you guys can see. So the blue line is the actual results in game. The red line is the expected. So keep in mind, as it says in the bottom right there, due to how RNG works, these numbers are not perfectly accurate, but are more of a guideline. So the blue line is not gospel. The red line is what you can expect. So it is not completely flattened, but is becoming more of a less steep gain. So individually, one Chaos tier's worth of loot luck is not going to have a huge impact beyond this point, and we were already beyond this point before the patch. But keep in mind, you're getting 50 of them. 50, which is more than you got from Chaos 0 to any of the Chaos caps before C50. So, like, it's more of an increase. It's still a large jump, even with this plateauing. It's a really weird domain name. Who would name such a thing? Self-promo! No, but seriously, Mental Mars has a fantastic site that he works very hard on, and I do fully recommend it. Instead of 18.1, it's 18.1. What an increase. I mean, you're being sarcastic, but some people actually claim that without realizing, no, it's... Remember, there's a difference between expected and results. Look at the red line, not the blue line for that graph, is the TLDR there. Because that blue line could look like a fucking spiral with how wildly actual drops can vary. For example, infamously, in BL3, before Wonderlands came out, I spent 5 hours attempting to farm a black hole, which is a 30% drop rate. I spent 5 hours farming for that. That's not normal RNG. That's not expected RNG. And that can just happen. So the results will vaguely match the expected once you have a large enough sample size, because that's how probability works out. But it is entirely possible for them to not match at all. Which is why looking at both lines, but trusting the red one, is a little more precise. RNG is RNG, a 10% drop rate doesn't mean you get 1 in every 10 runs. Exactly. You could have a 99% drop rate and get 0 in 100 runs. It's entirely possible. Extremely unlikely, but possible. Got an Ascendant Amulet and Brad Luck put on for going to the loot room. Brad Luck does the trick, but I personally prefer other amulets because they don't kill you. Brad Luck might have that luck, but it's not the only option. It's just the easiest one to get. Which I suppose gives it a unique place as a trade-off thing. You just gotta be careful. But Brad Luck has killed me in the loot room before. So I'm a little wary of it. I have a link to damage formula sheet. Exclamation point damage. Jam lot. Exclamation point damage. You're welcome. For example, 10th Barrel Maker World Drop now follows me wherever I go. That's also only peak and not representative. Yeah, I had a couple weeks where the mage staff followed me around everywhere. I was hitting the melee bunny exclusively, and every single pull, I got like at least one primordial or ascended mage staff. Every single like run, I should say. And that's not exactly normal RNG. Sometimes the game just seems to get stuck. In a unscientific sense. You're a wizard, Quag. Hey, Coffee, thank you for the 3 months. I hope Text-to-Speech reads that. Having that experience now with stupid pincushion. I want to try out pincushion, with some bonus elements, trade secret. Out of some weird copium.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Wow, 2 months, that's almost like a full year minus 2 months, even though I've been subbed much longer than that. Hello Dr. Professor Quag, your stream and community has had a positive effect and influence on my life, and that isn't something common.
Thank you so much, Coffee. That means a lot to hear. You've had a positive influence around here as well. It's always a pleasure to have you here. And thank you so much for your continued support. Weird copium led to my Spellblade, the Star Dragon Judgment build. Yeah, so there you go. Weird copium is sometimes good. Now it's dinner time, see you around. Thanks for hanging out, Mental Mars. Always good to see you. Enjoy dinner. Boosting Geist in the Shell a lot this run, huh? How many points do I have in this now? I have 10 points in Geist. Wait, has Butt Stallion put 9 points into this skill? I'm pretty sure I only have 1 in my actual spec. Next up to you ends birthday in 6 months. Did you sub for 6 months? It doesn't tell me that in the activity thing. It doesn't tell me when you do multi-month subs. I have no idea. Thank you so much. Stuck with me for 6 months. It's an honor. I want to see a run where Butt Stallion puts about 27 points in something. You can kind of control that by not completely filling out your skill tree. Like, if you went to a run with just Geist in the Shell and no other skills, I think Butt Stallion has to pick Geist in the Shell. And if you were going to invest in only one skill in your entire tree, Geist is probably the most impactful one. Like, if you had to pick one tier 1 skill, it's probably that one. Stallion buffing magic wields only. That's another good competitor. A little less strong now that it's just regular gun damage, which you can get an abundance of from gear. But yeah, that would be another one. Guys only build C100. Doable. Oath of Fire only sounds good. You get so much Oath of Fire that it's just bigger than the base number. How many points of Oath of Fire would that take? What's the base per point for that? %? Okay, just get 21 points in Oath of Fire. Hey, we got the phase skip. Maybe make it a Feral Surge build. The cooldown is almost instant. What was causing that? One of the new enchantments they added, Owl, in DLC 4 was the head spins one. It goes in the melee slot. You get a partial cooldown refund of Feral Surge each time you hit with a melee. I was doing that with a Rage Handle. And I also had Blood of the Fallen. So any kill was 20% of my cooldown back, any melee hit was 33% of my cooldown back. Look what Clawbringer needs to achieve a fraction of my power. Mo's and Mayhem 11. True. 4%? Ah, 4%. Okay. So, it'd still take a lot. I want the super extended run back. Reason why Spellblade does this much, or not Spellblade, Freudian slip, Stab-O-Matic does so much is, because I have max melee crit chance. So now that Spellblade is no longer applicable to Stab-O-Matic, the next most important thing to boosting your Stab-O-Matic is melee crit chance. Why working on theories over Ultra Instinct, Shaggy? Alchemical's doing work? Yeah, because I currently have, without any of the other stuff active, 89.4% crit chance on a gun that's hitting 7 times. So, with that active, auto crit. As long as I have my Ghost Blade out, even without hitting things with my Rage Handle, I have guaranteed crits. Playmail tried. Not very hard, but it tried. That's a really good Splintering Ice Spike. 2 crit chance rolls gets it up to 42% base crit. Keep in mind, that adds to your base of 5, so that's a base of 47% crit chance. That's insane. I gotta do something with that. That's actually hilarious. Where do I roll from here? I guess armors. Spell crit chance is just dumb sometimes. Melee and spell are both very boostable because their items will add to your base. Guns don't have that. All guns have a base crit chance of 0. They have weak spot access easily, but some spells can also weak spot crit. So like having a base of 19 here, and a base of 42 here means you can get to auto crits in a way that you cannot do with companions, guns, and abilities. Those all have just the base of 5. Dots too. Those all just have the base of 5. So stacking crit on them is less impactful. Now with maximum investment, you can get those to like 30% with like every possible boost, which is like good, but you can easily get spells in melee to 100, so much crit chance. How often can Blast Gas trigger again? Blast Gas is just random. It's not based on critting. Double Knot is the one on critting. But both Blast Gas and Double Knot have no internal cooldown. They just happen. If on Blast Gas, RNG is in your favor, or if on Double Knot, you get a crit. I should be looking at purples as well, because hatchets and great axes are amazing. As are, claymores. Look at this, Ascended Claymore. That's some good damage. Very good for Dreadwind. Great swords as well. Good stuff. Only need to complete level 3 Imelda for Magic Mail. Yes, but keep in mind that it'll still be locked to either Imelda herself on level 3 or the wheel. To have it in the bunnies, you need to do 4. I'm gonna switch into Burr, my Stab-Matic build with Spellblade change. Yeah, that's seeming like the play, Owl, because of the old ways. With the change to Spellblade, combined with the change to the Vibing enchant, conditional damage is a lot less accessible on a lot of setups, which gives more incentive for both Cursed Wit and Berserker. Cursed Wit and Berserker got indirect buffs in this patch. Cursed Wit even got a bug fix that makes its effect actually turn on properly, so... I'm no longer referring to Cursed Wit as Cursed Shit. This is a really good Claymore. Good enchantment, good hilt mod, good damage, good chaos tier. Shame about non-elemental, but this is a good Claymore. I think 2K Bunny Loot Vomit is harder to look through. I haven't used it enough to have a concrete opinion there. Hey BFG, how are you? Imagine if I had a 200% crit chance made a crit twice because spaghetti. It'd be fun. Spellblade get blast chill? On its swing, yeah. It's melee damage. The card says spell instead of melee. No, it's spell in the conditional category on top of melee. But yes, it blast chills. Doing well, hope you're having a good one. I'm having a good one. Thanks for asking. Actually, do I have a Spellblade? Did they change the card at all, or did they... they did change it. Melee attacks are additionally increased by spell damage. Yeah, they changed the function and the wording. So Spellblade is now completely accurate to what it says it does. It's specifically melee attack, so only the swings. And it's additionally increased. Ever find a way to double dip harder with Blast Chill? Early in the game, Blast Chill triggered off of Ghostblade, Dreadwind, and all that stuff, so Blast Chill off of Dreadwind was, like, really good. But Blast Chill is just kind of fine. It's a good skill. But because it's so inconsistent, it's even hard to plan a double dip off of it. Ultimately, it's you maximize Blast Chill by maximizing your melee attacks, which is something you're just going to do anyway, whether you have Blast Chill or not. Mostly an extra cherry on a Sunday? Right. I have an Ascended Claymore on my Dreadwind build. Haven't been able to get the Dreadwind enchant on it yet. I need a better ward too. Currently using a Volatile Warder with Dreadwind enchant. A Volatile Warder is pretty sick though, honestly, Roddy. It's a tanky ward that is gonna also be a source of damage. Wardu is very good for that. No longer trigger off Beyblade? Yeah, they changed that a few months ago. It is only melee swings now, Nova. Blast Chill is only melee swings. And that is a change for the better, considering, we later got Stab-O-Matic. So, Yeah. Oh yeah, my reload is still unbound. That hadn't been changed when we got the Stabo? Yeah. There's a couple things that, in hindsight, were definitely valid changes. For example, Blast Chill being changed in the wake of the incoming Sabomatic. Contagion being changed before we got Blight Caller. Imagine pre-change Contagion with Spirit Swarm. Like, no. 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 Post-change Contagion with Spirit Swarm is already one of the strongest things in the entire game. That requires little to no gear to get going. Hey, Nepsy. How you doing? Good to see you. Plague Storm is also pretty dumb strong when done right. Yeah, anything that double dips in this game is set up to do very, very well. That is Barbalode, Plague Storm, Double Knot, Blast Gas, Blast Chill, Spore Fuse, Play the Angles, Geist in the Shell, formerly Livewire and Mosquito. Whole build is based around 10 plus damage checks from Ghostblade every second, go and zoom to get silly blast chill numbers. Yeah, that was the time. If I came back to Wonderlands, need to relearn the whole game. It's a good time to do it with how they restructured difficulty levels yesterday, honestly, Nova. It's a very good time to do it. Another good time to do it would be in an indeterminate amount of time from now, hopefully the near future, when the build stocks get up and running. That's being worked on. Hey, Viper, thanks for the 500 bits. Spellblade's over, party long live the greatest of axes. I'm currently using a rage handle. But, yeah, Great Axe. Do I have my Great Axe? I have this one. The crit chance is way lower. But the crit damage is way higher. But I need the bosses and badasses enchant. I don't have access to game PC until next weekend, so I'm kind of stuck in mobile card game limbo. Understandable. Rage handles mini-vax, possible. Also, just got off work. Let's go. To run with Shroom Rake on build. Nice. 8 minutes on Chaos 86 on a gun build? That's pretty solid. General benchmark for build viability, at least how we've treated it thus far in the game, is, you know, around the 10-minute mark for a run. Is like, oh, hey, your build knows what it's doing. Top end goes faster, of course, and more gimmicky builds are a bit slower, but that's the benchmark. So 8 minutes puts it above average, which for a gun build is high praise, considering guns in general, average to average, are weaker than spells and melee in this game. Spells, melee, and dots. Better than ability-based setups, but weaker than spells, melee, and dots. Buffmeister fortified, depending on the situation. Ah, Buffmeister, that'll do it. Well, the thing is, Viper, we did briefly discuss earlier that considering how much HP enemies are getting at super high chaos tiers, especially if you add in eluding rooms, there may come a point where Buffmeister isn't completely insane. Like, it might not be unreasonable. But I'm reserving judgment on that until I have enough characters at C100 and decide to test it and hate myself. Shut your logical mouth. He's still doing more than skill trees, so personally it'd be hard to get me to see that. That's a fair point. But we did predict the skill tree thing, even outside of the context of Buffmeister. Did that. I gotta move it. Okay, there we go. There we go. We did predict that with seeing how much the stats scaled up with Chaos tiers. Like, skill trees, with or without Buffmeister, are just the least relevant part of your build. Gear is more relevant, myth rank is more relevant, multi-class combo and choice of action skill is more relevant. Buffmeister or not. But yeah. I think you do have a point there. That's a decent auto magic. You know what sucks? Grandparents who can't be bothered to make time for their grandkid, maybe a parent said grandkid. And Stump's kid is the cutest kid ever to walk the earth, so that does suck. They're missing out. Oh god, that's their end goal. They want to make us use Buffmeister. Pain. Good to get the extra element to trigger certain stuff like Hollow Tree. Yeah, I wish more spells provided bonus elements like that. My main gripe with Buffmeister is that if it had been just a dozen different spells, it could have been balanced. Like, but as it stands right now, it is the only spell that gives movement speed, it is the only spell with an accuracy bonus, it is the only spell that gives you a bonus element. It is the only spell that boosts spell damage. It is the only spell that boosts ability damage. It is the only spell that boosts ability crit chance. It is the only spell that boosts melee damage. Like, it has so many things that it's the only thing that provides. And it just... Is Buffmeister the only accuracy boost in the game now? Aside from holding down the trigger on a Hyperius weapon, yes. It is the only one. Interested in seeing what the Mosquito looks like now in terms of damage formula. It is now damage source gear, so if you're familiar with how they settled the live wire, the third iteration of the live wire, not the one where it was gun, not the one where it was melee, the one it is now, they basically did the live wire treatment to it. So, like, it's still really good, but it's no longer utterly insane. Like, I'm literally using it right now. And there's still a time to kill involved. So we're having chant for accuracy works really well with, like, Nightshade, etc. Now, that one just says handling. Does it actually give accuracy? Because it says handling. Buffmeister's true bonus element? Yes, global bonus element. New category is non-spec ward damage. I mean, yes, but it's still in... Like Livewire, it inherits a base damage. It doesn't do the double dipping stuff, but it does inherit a base. Ascended Claymore. Very nice. So applies to all damage types or just gun. Mosquito? Everything. Anything that can crit can Mosquito. Spread gets a lot smaller once you trigger it, so I guess it does. But unsure now. Yeah, if you could reconfirm that, that would be good info to have. That would actually be a huge win for Spore Warden if it has access to accuracy. That would be a huge win. But, verify that you weren't doing that test with a Pew Buffmeister active, because that is the only accuracy buff that I know of. Meant Buffmeister? Oh yeah, Buffmeister applies to everything except dots. Let's look at these numbers again. Chaos 59. Ascended gear 11.75. Love to see it. This is a sizable bonus to gold and moon orbs. I should burn my moon orbs so that I can see how many I get after a single run. And just confirming, you mean Nightshade and not Spriggan, right, Kane? Because Spriggan is Hyperius, so it gets more accurate the longer you hold the trigger down. All Hyperius weapons do that. Nightshade doesn't have that, though, so it should be fine for the test. I want to roll something that I like stand to benefit by rolling, but I don't really have anything like that. Let's get something decent on the Screed Warden, I suppose. Oh. Okay. Well, guess I'll roll something else. I guess I'll roll something else. Fuck me, dude. Okay, there we go. A lot of respect for Tina DMing. These rules are complicated. Real. It's fine if when I come back to 1.1, some more data science skills to throw out our nonsense damage formulas. It's all been pretty well itemized. You're right, doesn't give you accuracy? Okay, yeah. So yeah, as of right now, still, Hyperius, Manufacturer perk, and Buffmeister are the only known accuracy boosts in this entire game. Hyperius Manufacturer gimmick and Pew Buffmeister specifically. And would I use a spell that just gave, like, accuracy handling fire rate? Absolutely. But I don't want to use one that also gives a massive global bonus element. And move speed. And, you know, there's the second word on the Buffmeister, so either Zap, Bonk, or Ka-Chow, which are all insane. And it also gives you a damage-dealing aura around you that has a 100% crit chance. People forget about that bit, but Buffmeister has a damage-dealing aura around you that has a 100% crit chance. Now, it's not much damage, but it having 100% crit is important because that means it has insanely good Executioner's Blade consistency. An aura, I thought it was just a Nova. It might just be a Nova on activation. I don't recall with clarity, but I know it is an instance of damage that counts as spell with 100% crit chance. So either it's a one-time thing on activation, so cool, it's a Nova that triggers a ton of skill effects, or it is a constant effect around you. Either way, beneficial. I'm back. Welcome back. If I happen to get a Buffmeister as a drop, I will, I'll test that out, then throw it on the ground. If you've ever, like, proof of, the Buffmeister nonsense, there is a partially complete list if you hit exclamation point Buffmeister in the chat. CZ helpfully did a write-up explaining almost all of what that item does. I like Buffmeister? I do not. It undermines a lot of the build crafting and community creativity in this game. There's a lot of people who refuse to do anything without it, and then they will assert opinions about difficulty that do not hold water because Buffmeister skews your testing environment. It warps your perception of other things in the game, and it is individually more impactful than all of the skill trees in the game. You could take a build, unspec all your skill points, and slap on a Buffmeister, and have a net gain in power than you did before. Assuming you weren't using Buffmeister to begin with. That is not hyperbole, that is just how the math works out. But some discussion we had earlier is that with the massive health of enemies on super high chaos tiers, if you're doing, like, all curses elite maker runs, then it could end up to a point where it is a justifiable amount of power for some setups. Food for thought. Hey, Etrigan, thank you for the 9 months with the 2 streak. Will yours from this guy?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
This is TBJ_Quag's Pizzeria. You won't believe the orders we get from this guy. Once a week he orders a pizza with vegan crust, vegan sauce and vegan cheese. Just when you think it couldn't get worse, he gets pineapple as a topping. I didn't become a pizza master chef for this. I just know my true Italian not vegan mother is rolling in her grave every time I make his pizza.
Okay, listen. I've had vegan pizza exactly twice in my life. Once was awful. The second one, actually pretty good. And while pineapple on pizza is not a go-to for me, I understand it. Anyway, thank you for the resub, Etrigan. I appreciate it. Enemies? Mod check? There you are. Is vegan tomato sauce a thing? Isn't it already vegan? I'm confused. See, tomato sauce is actually animal blood. Industry secret. You gotta get the vegan tomato sauce. How dare you enjoy your own thing that in no way affects me. Holy hell. Middle of the hurricane going on right now. Didn't get to hear about my Surrant. Oh, there you go. That is a mostly complete list of the interactions offered by that item. More powerful than skill trees. Too OP. Suppresses community creativity. That's the gist of it. Tomatoes are mammals. Does that mean you can milk them? Asking for a friend. And a Rule 34 artist friend. Obviously, where do you think tomato soup comes from? Oh, okay. Well, that settles that. Yesterday at work, I learned Parmesan cheese isn't vegan, and it blew my mind. Unaffected, never knew that. Isn't veggie or isn't vegan? I don't understand. Do you mean vegan, or do you mean, like, vegetarian? Because, like, it's not a vegetable. I mean, it's cheese. It came from an animal. But you can have vegan animal products if they're cruelty-free. Viper, it's cheese. Yeah, cheese isn't a vegetable, Viper. No cheese is vegan, though. There is vegan cheese. Look, it's got stomach or intestines in it or something. Oh, it has meat in it. Huh. Interesting. Paneer is vegan, right? I think that's one of them. Yeah, Scrun. There's like a couple different types of vegan cheese. Best way to watch a fishing tournament? Live stream. Hey Ken, how you doing? That was a good one. Cider summary, Parmesan cheese uses Renee. I'm gonna assume that's Renee, an enzyme that's found in the lining of a goat or calf's stomach, because cheese like Parmesan, Pecorino Romano. I'm not gonna even attempt to pronounce all of these. Gorgonzola, I know that one. Others use it. They aren't technically vegetarian. I learned something today. That's cool. You pronounce the T? Rennet? Renette? No, it's dairy? Ah, that one's dairy. It's made from goat or sheep milk. But there's some distinction to... So, vegan by definition is not animal products strictly. I used to have a bunch of vegan friends I played poker with. I forgot the exact explanation. But basically, there's, like, vegan-approved animal products. I think there's, sheep farms that are like cruelty free, and there's some sort of nuance to it. And the other reason I know this is because I entirely too long I was paying attention to a debate about how cannibalism is technically vegan if the person consents. They just lost brain cells for that statement. It was a wild conversation. The kind that only people who've had a few too many could make. Hate every part of that argument. There's a case of Germany about it, consensual, not legal. Right. So I go ask a cow if it moves back, can I kill it? Teach it to speak first. Sorry, what the fuck? Yeah, it's pretty much my reaction as well. Let it never be said we don't discuss weird shit here. Thought eat me had enough meaning, thanks. We exclusively discuss weird shit here. 5 minutes ago we talked about tomato milking. But that was 5 minutes ago. I've grown and changed as a person. I've learned from my mistakes. Anyway, does anyone want to draw me a tomato with teacups? Because alliteration is funny. I've changed since my last message. I'm a different, better person. Big teacups, or... You know what I asked. I could draw a tomato in a teacup. That would also be fun. No, but I might pay someone to draw Quag Chad milking a tomato. That's a sentence I didn't expect to see today. Let's make the tomato have the apple face. Oh no. That's just fan fiction at that point, isn't it? That's a sense that I didn't expect to see either. Hey Felicia. What's Ghostblade Drill Fix like? I don't know. I don't know. I haven't had any hitbox trouble with Ghostblade so far. So, maybe it's a little subtle one. This is the first time I fought Drill with Ghostblade since the update, so I don't know. None of these words were in the Bible. Hey, thanks for taking care of Nightbots. That was fun. I appreciate it. Sky Daddy would not approve. Daddy, sorry. Punish me, Daddy, I've been bad. For the last time, it's forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. Same thing, really. Ascended Petty Tantrum with Vampire. Yeah, why not? I can maybe justify using that somewhere. I want to make sure Nightbot could quag Chad. Real. I forgot about the Starbucks milk thing, Nova. Reapprove of me, Quather, for I have wagged. That just sounds, like, crude. Something about I've wagged. It just sounds gross. Like, you did what? I don't know what it means, but it sounds bad. That's why I need reapproval. Submit the correct forms to the appropriate channels. Process your request in an amount of business days. You wagged all over. Seen a lot of Ascended Purples, which is very pleasant. So if one of us doesn't give Nightbot a sub, do you have to? I mean, I don't have to. I can just let it not be subbed. It doesn't need to be subbed for most of its functions. Just use emotes, it does, but other than that, no. Something that you can do, I've chosen not to, is streamers are given the option to, like, perma-sub a bot of their choice. I've elected not to do that. Because, like, one, you don't get money from that sub, but two, like, what if Nightbot goes tits up one day? So I have no reason to have Nightbot as a sub. Like, I don't bother. If people want Nightbot to be subbed, they can. And then I get the revenue from that. Wagged all over the carpet again. The shy emote made that so hot. Ah, okay. So Chaos 60 is just 2% behind old Chaos 50 health. So Chaos 6160 is the region where you're getting the old experience, except enemies are hitting a lot less hard, and you're getting much better gear drops. Hey Pupty, how are you? Yeah, I'll do this and then I'll switch to the dot build for a few runs. Got home for my walk. I'm alright. How are you doing? Doing pretty okay. I'm pretty okay. I hope your walk was fine. I hope you're not in too much pain. Was it at least nice out where you are? The Ghost Blade is the dot build. Thought that would prove for me, Quather. I do, Archimedes. Not of you, Viper. Hey, isn't part of being a deity like randomly treating people like shit for no reason? I'm just doing my job. At least you're not doing the Zeus stuff that you know of. How I get the deflator. You do that. Hades demonstrates her point. Why is Zeus playing typically brothers? Because Zeus is just an asshole. In mythology, Zeus is just... he's just a massive dick. He's just the worst. I do love how many games and movies and stuff present him as such. He's just a hate sink. Knees and ankles hurt, hit my hips later, it was nice. It was cool yesterday, but more warm today, so I walked across town in a double-layered sweater. Nice. Yeah, it's starting to get a little chilly around here. Obviously, I'm wearing hoodies on stream again. All builds going to be able to speed clear Chaos 100? No. I highly doubt all builds will be able to. Because player power did not increase in this update, but the maximum difficulty has massively more enemy HP than previously, and not all builds were viable for C50. So, not all builds will be able to do that, but that is the final result of difficulty as a system. It is going to narrow down the choices you have to make. That's just what happens. Dionysus vibes, honestly. Chaotic good stuff. Hey, I like that. Your list of best builds? That's something that's actually in the works. If you want to have an idea of what that's going to look like, except in one document instead of spread across 4. These are the ones we did, myself and other top theory crafters in the community did for Borderlands 3. The Flak one in particular is one that I maintain pretty much by myself. So I wrote most of the stuff in there. As it stands now, anyway. But the docs are hard work of a lot of people over a lot of years. And we intend on doing the same thing for Wonderlands. And that is in progress. I'm overseeing that. I don't have an ETA, but it will be happening within the next couple months. It's a work in progress. Personal favorites, Thanatos, that's me. Meg. Don't judge me. No judgment here. Is Meg immortal? No, she's a Fury. Thanatos either too edgy or 20, to be honest. Well, then why do I feel this overwhelming urge to call him daddy then, huh? Huh? Checkmate. Meg makes an appearance in the Sandman series. Wait, I watched the Sandman series, like, a week ago. 2 weeks ago. Which episode? Are the ones Furious? I thought they were the Fates. On the comics, not sure of this film yet. Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of source material that I do hope they adapt. They still have not confirmed a season 2 for the Sandman, right? I'm starting to get a little worried. I hope they do, because the show is fantastic. Looking forward to Build Doc struggling to find a unique build, primary claw focused. Clawbringer's big selling point is awe. Another thing that's very good and underrated is Indomitable. Clawbringer presents a lot of use cases for, not a lot of use cases, a lot of support, I should say, for Deathless builds. If you ever want to get use out of a Deathless class mod, armor, whatever, Clawbringer is great for that, because you get a lot of capacity in the tree, and then Indomitable is just an extra life. Plus, you have Awe, you have the Oaths for some good damage in general. Apologize. You're not sorry. And yeah, before the update, I was having a lot of fun with hammer throwing with a Spellblade. The build's gonna have to be revisited with different melee weapons now, but it'll still be viable. I'm just unsure of the exact performance. Which builds need Static Charge? Found Primordial one yesterday. Static Charge is fantastic for any build that uses unarmored defense. Because that results in the largest HP pool. Static Charge is the biggest ward in the entire game. So with Unarmored Defense, that's also the biggest health bar you can get in the entire game. So any Berserker, whether it's a Dreadwind build, a Bereaver doing Dire Sacrifice, any Gun Berserker build, you just want a little bit of bulk. Melee Frost Shiver, yeah, good for that too. Hey Manicky, how you doing? Quag caller indeed. We're doing some quag calling. Just a little quag calling among friends. Yeah, Smart Armor's in the vendor if you're looking for upgrades for a laser hand build. Worth mentioning. Must say, you feel like the one cool professor in the later years of high school treats you more like a friend than a student. I try to make a habit of just treating people like people. It served me well. This is a really good paradigm. Like, holy fuck, hang on. Converting spell. It's ascended, has area damage, all damage. Ward regen isn't bad. 2 exploit their weakness, 2 contagion. This is really good. Like, that's really good. I don't know what to use it for, though. Because if I'm doing Ghostblade, I'm doing mosquito stuff. I wouldn't use it on Dreadwind because no burr power. Still taking that. That's like insanely good. Deathless builds any good in Wonderlands? Yes. In fact, I'll play one for you real quick. I say it's good for laser hand. Smart armor, and it's not so much that it's inherently good, it's that that's one of the few use cases where smart armor is not detrimental. Smart armor is still worse for laser hand than having a well-rolled Brutal Stampede, or a well-rolled Tyrant's Truth, or a well-rolled Warp Paradigm, but it's one of the situations where smart armor is not detrimental. Maybe on Plague Storm? Maybe on Plague Storm. Yeah, good shot, Black Panther. Plague Storm, melee swinging. Hey, Storm Shadow. Thank you for the 18 months. Time flies indeed. 18 months, year and a half. Thank you so much. I hope you've been well. It's good to see you. That was a lot of loot. Spellcrit right now is 307.
Wow, time flies. Always a good time. To the next 18 qua.
Thank you so much. I will sip coffee to that 18. Need a diamond guard, I'll grab that. If I get a well-rolled Ascended Pincushion, I will take that and bank it for something I'm working on. A lot of rage handles in one run. That's nice. Does Stabbo Claw work well together with Deathless? Stabbo doesn't provide anything to Deathless at all. Stabbo, in fact, is the class that has the least survivability in its tree. So I would kind of say no there. But you could just kind of do it anyway. Oh yeah, how many moon orbs did I get from that? I got 10,542 moon orbs from one run. Okay, so by the time you get to, like, I don't know, C80 or something, you're getting full moon orbs every single run. And you can do that in, like, a boss run. So you can do just a 5-minute run to cap your moon orbs for rerolling at high chaos tiers. That's sick. That's actually sick. Speaking of coffee, just had a lavender oat milk cold brew at a local Scandinavian breakfast spot. You haven't lived till you had this. Sounds interesting. Just because Nova likes Deathless, I figured I'd show this off real quick. Like I mentioned earlier in the stream, detour while chaos climbing to keep things fresh. Deathless will be better, especially now that incoming damage has been reduced. Yeah. Likes is an understatement. Some C50 boss runs. About to get coffee, maybe a pumpkin pie latte or orange matcha. Ooh, that sounds really good. Guy who milks the oats, same as the tomato milker asking for a friend. Very dedicated to their craft. So the Gluttony, the pistol I'm using, gets extra damage when you're at low health. Deathless keeps that on. So you could use Deathless here and have a fully buffed Gluttony at all times. Supported by all the beneficial gun stuff offered by Spore and Blight. Let me rebind my reload button. It's been like an hour. Where's that? There we go. Actually reload now. And fun thing you can take advantage of. Sacrificial Skeep triggers when your health changes when you're below 50% HP on a cooldown of 30 seconds. My health's at 1, so it can only change one way, meaning the Skeep instantly spawns when you go down, and you get death save from killing the Skeep. So you can use a Skeep as a second life consistently on a deathless build. You could also layer that further with a Clawbringer's Indomitable skill, so you could have 3 lives, effectively. First one would be Indomitable triggering, if your ward would break. Second one would be the Skeep. And because those are both on pretty reasonable cooldowns, you could be very effective playing that way. Also, yes, I am unironically using a Fate Breaker. Any other intricacies to know for the build? Stack HP to get more wards, because going through the Deathless conversion, more HP means more than more wards. You don't have Health Gate. There's some things that are still going to fuck you over. Any of the ward bypassing attacks in the game, which is everything the Maker does, drills, bathwater, that stuff will just bypass. But yeah, that's all I can think of. Skeep. Standard Deathless notes, yeah. You can use Bonyface's Soul Chuck for getting some wards back if you want. You can swap out either of the classes here for either Claw or Spell Shot. Claw would provide Indomitable and larger capacity. Spell Shot would provide Mage Armor. Vapor get a buff? No. As big hit, I have Echo. Echo. Vatebreaker did not get a buff. It is still pretty bad at anything except for regenning your wards, which is the main reason we have it. So. At least, I should say, pretty bad in comparison to other melee weapons at dealing damage. It's not the worst, but it's low. That Abomination to run in TGTD. Yeah, where you took bad skill tree choices and pretended it was a build? Yeah, I remember that. Yup. It's horrible. Truly painful to watch. Would you believe I still have to fight with people about the quality of Flak Purple to this day, Nova, in 2022? There's still some people who will tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about when I say that Flak Purple is lackluster. Just to jerk myself off real quick for anyone who doesn't know, I'm literally the most experienced Flak player alive. But like, okay. Someone dead is more experienced than Quack. You're forgetting about Flacky Silverhand. Implying you killed off all the competition? We don't talk about that. Just like how we don't talk about I Love Cheese 1, we don't talk about the other Flak players. We also don't talk about Retor. Only reason I consider myself more experienced than Retor is because Retor knew when to quit. He did the early work, I took over the Flak doc responsibilities from him, and he went on to live. Meanwhile, I pledged myself to the spaghetti. Feel though when it comes to Wonderlands, since 20 sides of the world, we've already been to 2, Dragon Keep, current Wonderlands, we can go to the other 18 for other games. There's an idea, Kingman. Flak Purple's bad, and that pains me because I really like its concept. Flak having pet stuff's fun sometimes. If you're working within the wheelhouse of pure pet builds, Purple still helps you the most there. It's just, you have to deal with the most, half-baked concepts. Unfixed bugs, poor AI. You just have to deal with a lot of unfortunate things to use it. And then for non-pet builds, any use of it is for the sake of using it, not because it's optimal. Because it's like, Flak's base game 3 trees are so well designed that the designer must have been like, hey, this character doesn't need more damage, which is true, but replacing one of those trees with a tree that doesn't give any damage kind of undermines the whole having enough damage thing, because you no longer have as much, and you didn't gain anything. Because the survivability is also worse than the methods offered by the other trees. It's a decent shark spin. We'll take it. I'd spend $15 for the buggiest piece of DLC content to still be the worst Flak build and pet build comparatively. Yeah, it's like, eh. And Boom spent a lot of time optimizing and proving that non-purple Flak pet stuff is viable. Awkward, but viable. Still among the weakest things Flak can do, but it's viable. That's a double roll to melee crit damage and action skill duration single roll on a melee damage ring. Deathless friendly, I guess. Take it, see if there's something I can do with that somewhere. Yeah, that was, here's the skill tree and stuff. Yeah, that was the Deathless build for Nova's benefit. Alright, let's do a couple trials on Blightgeist. Get that to C60, I think. We did talk about some dot stuff earlier in the stream, and I may as well show that off. In my favorite Graveborn flavor. Enemies are not being very aggressive. There we go. Elemental Overfill or Nasty Spill. I guess I'll take Nasty Spill and hate everything. Keep forgetting this run is placed here. Personally, I like my Graveborn sour watermelon flavored. That's respectable. Watermelon Sour Patch is the premier movie snack, and I will not be hearing otherwise. Conceptually, the food-flavored gum from Willy Wonka is disgusting, and I'm not sure how to do it in reality, but my hopes aren't high. The hiccup, I think, for me, is, like, I'd want to swallow it, right? And at that point, either you're telling people to swallow a bunch of gum, or it's no longer gum, and you just make it candy. Like, what do you do in that situation? Aw, man, the premier movie snack is Raisinets. Stump, that's my second place. I shit you not. I almost said closely followed by Raisinets. That's my second place. It's my turn to use the brain cell, Stump. You can have it back after stream. Common Reaper of Bones W. I just was able to hang out inside of Nasty Spill being stacked up a bunch. Milk Duds or Junior Mints. Can I have both? I like both of those. I suppose Milk Duds because you have to chew more, so it takes longer to run out of Milk Duds. Yes, that's my actual reason. Partial to cookie dough bites myself. I am a fan of cookie dough. I'll eat everything everyone's listed here so far. I legit eat wine gums at the theater because they last a while because of the chewiness. Huh. Hey, Paladin Lester. Ask a question, is it possible to build a borderline unkillable tank in this game? Love tank builds, not ask for details as such, wondering if enemy damage always so high tank builds are not viable. So it's fully possible to do that, and it was even possible to do that before yesterday's patch, where they halved enemy damage on most difficulty levels. So, speaking as someone who enjoys tank builds as well in this game, enemies did double damage before yesterday, and tank builds were still viable then, and extremely good. So now they do half damage. It's kind of awkward because at higher chaos tiers now, like once you get above around 80, enemy health starts getting quite high, and then the value of getting damage stuff in your kit goes up again. And their enemy damage goes up then too. But suffice it to say, yes, you can play a tank build effectively. I would say more of a tank hybrid type of thing would be the sweet spot, but yes, you can. Awesome to know. Thank you for taking time to answer. My pleasure. Hope you're doing well today, loading. Milk Duds is a longer action skill duration. What is Milk Duds' action skill? Deliciousness? Happiness. You said penis. Look, that is a dot because of chocolate on hands. That is a troublesome status effect. Doing good on a flat tire again? Damn. I'm sorry to hear. Oh. So this is the downside of dot builds. Sometimes you dot yourself, and because I have so much extra duration and damage, sometimes just you got. Bless me, Father, for I've sinned. Say it right. Say it right. We talked about this earlier. Started to think neighbors hate me. So, was it just like, was there a nail in it, or could you tell what popped it? You got dot? I did. Reapprove me, Father, for I've wagged. Okay, that's more acceptable. I was thinking the other one. Nail on the inside? That sucks. There we go. I pictured Bart when you said it. Say the thing. Say the thing. Stump is enthusiastic about it. 2 months ago, I had the same thing on a different tire. Yeah, that's weird. Ascended pickaxe. It's not any of my ideal rolls, though. So, like, you can get a pickaxe with 21% crit chance, and that'd be the ideal for that. Or you can get one with 1.9 swing speed, which is the ideal for that. This is neither. I think this is the max damage one, which is a little less desirable. Pretty tired of this. Well done, Viper. I'm proud of you. Hi, proud of you. Yeah, I know. I know. I beat you to it. Chat delay isn't gonna reflect that, but I beat you to it. I swear, Viper is a rogue AI who's become too predictable. On my end, press enter as you said it. Watch this, I'll get my revenge real quick. Hey Viper, have you thought of starting another Cyberpunk playthrough? Thought about it, yes? Well, you should do that. I promise you have enough hours in the day. I'll wait till 1.7 for that, though, because slated melee changes. That's fair. Rumor mill suggests that it's, like, takedown animations on melee attacks. You know how, Mantis Blades have a synced animation kill where you like stab them then lift them up. Rumor mill suggests that it's like that kind of stuff for a wider variety of melee. That joke AI. Just slightly too slow. How many chaos levels you go up for each run? Up to 50, you go up by 5, and then after 50, it's 1 by 1. Viper Drive. Stupid zero tech. Ah! Huh. That's never happened to me before. I guess Cliff. Have a preliminary of the new trial boss spreadsheet ready. Should post that somewhere. Ooh, that'd be helpful. Were you able to figure out without my totally unhelpful context clues, Felicia? Yes, actually, thank you for the clues. I'm glad it helped. I'm also surprised it helped, but I'm glad. Did I just take damage from Bernadette's wing flap? Like, is that what just happened? Okay. That's so satisfying. Fire Rage handle, shame it's Rampage. Ascended Mage Staff, leave me alone. I don't want that curse back. That Great Axe was also trying. They debunk Zero being a robot, Beetletooth, and not Cannon Head. They keep hinting at it with Flak dialogue and similarities between them. I mean, there's no similarities between Flak and Zero, though, other than having a letter in their name and sharing one skill. Anything suggesting that Zero's a robot has been entirely, like, fan speculation with, nothing in the game to support it. Like, there's nothing to suggest Zero isn't organic. Letter in their name and Two Fang, yeah. No invisible crit. So Lilith is a robot? Lilith is a robot, then. Actually, a number in their name. Yeah, a number in their name. Yes. Same thing. You guys love Lilith's neck, don't you? Two Fang? No, Mordecai does. Is Mordecai a robot? He's a synth! Don't get me started on how dumb Fallout 4's story is. It's not that bad. It's pretty shit, but the game's fun. Fallout 4 is a bad RPG, but a fun game. It's neckin' awesome. I'm disappointed in you. Not surprised. Disappointed. Be better. Disappointed me as well, like all the time. It's wild. Oh no. Stop. I didn't mean it. Now I feel bad. No, weird disappointed in you. Oof. I'm proud. Hi, proud. See, now I'm a disappointment too. Say Fallout 4 is fun when you do dumb stuff like max out luck. See, what's that? Show me preview. Oh, why did that feature break? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Classic. It's like the drunken boxing playthrough you didn't know you needed. Well put. Oh. Whoopsie. No longer prep. Oh, it's the chaos can't change it to something else. Feels like I'm on easy mode right now. Enemy damage was cut in half, Emily. You can only get back to old C50 damage by being on C100. They also directly nerf attacks of Wastard and Nightmare, and they also nerfed the survivability of Wastard and Drill. And then enemy health does not return to old C50 levels until between C60 and C61. So, yeah, that would be it. They nerfed the burb. They did. Is Chaos Water a thing? It is. There's no massive scaling for it this time, but water still absolutely can ruin your day. Yeah. because environmental damage still gets your damage formula. So, like, barrels and water, the damage they do is determined by how much damage you do to them. So, like, that barrel applied a massive dot to me because it got my dot damage. Water would do the same thing. Did do the same thing. Still really spicy. They made it less spicy than it was on launch, but it is still... the spicier you are, the spicier the water gets. It absorbs your juices. Referencing the earlier conversation. See, crit chance 100%, that's for the Nova on activation Buffmeister. So, like, if I do this... So if I wasn't on a tanky build, that would have straight up killed me. So my precious bodily fluid. Yes. Ghost Pepper to Kaihan. I was thinking about on this running radius rings, but like the problem with that is I can't run Demon Blights if I do that, so that's a lot of damage lost. But getting more spell radius would mean that Empowering Sigil is just covering the whole room. Like, is that worth losing that amount of dot damage? I don't know that it is. And like the chance and duration and stuff. Because like the primary passive of whatever ring I use won't help. What happens if you have Deathless Unarmored Defense? Unarmored Defense takes priority. Unarmored Defense has a little line in its description saying health cannot be reserved. So Unarmored Defense turns off the health reservation effect of Deathless and does its own shield reservation thing. You still get the other effect of Deathless, which is the bonus to your recharge delay, but the health conversion of Deathless does not happen. Demon Blade is my favorite ring in the game for anything melee, also Reaper Bone stuff. Demon Blade's such a cool item. I'm glad they added it. Banshee? Spirit Swarm is having difficulty hitting Banshee, which is a weird sentence. Oh, that soaked bug still exists. Good old Shadow Fire, though. Let's do one more to round off to 60, I think. I'll do one more. Banshee hitboxes are weird. Very weird. Hey, Floria. I haven't looked into Wonderlands for quite a while. How's weapon balance nowadays? Very good. Very good. Although yesterday we did just get additional difficulty options, so it remains to be seen how weapon balance holds up at the new highest. But weapon diversity is very good. They've done a lot of tuning to a lot of weapons. Most of them just feel great. There's some that slip through the cracks as always, but for the most part, very, very good. And most importantly, for players like me, there's a lot of non-weapon options. You could do spell stuff, you could do melee stuff, you could do dot stuff. A lot of cool stuff going on. Are there now 303 difficulties? Yes. You have relaxed, balanced, intense, and then you have chaos 0 through 100. So 303. Since I didn't have Cape of Tides or Blight Caller secondary, I'm using Tidebreaker spell and Berserker melee feels amazing. I would prefer Tidebreaker usage there to Cape of Tides at least, because Cape of Tides is taking a slot that could have something way more impactful. So I think you're making the right choice there. Hey, Ascended Pincushion. I did want that. Even got a good enchant. I'll take it. This comma's not bad. Sure, I'll take that. Okay. Chaos 59. Yeah, Chaos 59 is just below. 60 is just a couple of percent below old Chaos 50 health. So we're almost to the health that enemies had on max difficulty before the patch. But Ascended drop chance is way higher. Chaotic's almost gone. No non-chaotic at all. Just better. Mostly in this for the power fantasy. I'm really happy there's so many options how hard you want it to be. Me as well. I don't play for power fantasy. I play to be challenged in my build crafting while enjoying the flow of the combat in the game. That's what I'm all about. And more difficulty options takes away from no one, despite what some would have you believe. Takes away from no one, especially now that Top Gear is no longer locked to top difficulty. Known Chaotic is completely gone. It is known, I don't know off the top of my head. Like 65 or something. Gonna check out First Descendant. Probably game right up your alley. I've heard a lot about it, and it's been suggested to me a few times. I've kept myself in the dark about details and stuff. But I'll definitely consider that, yeah. Climbing up to figure out when hitting for 1 mil with the laser hand no longer 1 taps. 1 mil is a lot for this game. For basic enemies, anyway. Maybe BL3's Power Fantasy, Wonderland's a skill game. It's hard to avoid the Power Fantasy aspect of BL3 with how much power creep got into that game. But it's still, I still love it. Trying to push myself in the harder stuff too, mainly because you inspire me to. Well, that makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside, Emily. Just keep in mind, difficulty is ultimately still your choice. The reason why difficulty options are good is because it allows everybody to play where they are comfortable. Some people are comfortable when they are being challenged. Some people are comfortable when they feel in control. But ultimately, more difficulty options allows more people to find their comfort zone. And again, it's a good thing that Top Gear is not on the top level, because that doesn't force everyone into the same level. And as of yesterday's update, this is the first endgame progression system they've had in a lands game that doesn't force you to get the first fully realized progression system in a lands game that doesn't force you to go on the highest for the best quality gear. I added the fully realized bit in there for a reason, but yeah. Like, BL2 and BL3 both, you needed to play on OP10 or Mayhem 10 to have the best gear. You just needed to. This game doesn't have that. So more casual players don't need to feel pressured. Looking at, like, Diablo 2 and reaching level 99, it's an elective challenge, yeah. By the time you get to level 99 in Diablo 2 for the uninitiated, it's like you are spending hundreds of hours grinding a single boss fight because nothing else gives enough XP. And if you die, you're losing, like, days, if not weeks of progress. It is soft impossible. It is something you, if you do it, you are doing it knowing it is pointless and completely up to you. With Diablo 3, greater rifts are, they cap out at 150, but to have a build that is capable of clearing 150, it needs to be extraordinarily powerful, and top gear is available as soon as, like, the equivalent of Greater Rift 45 in difficulty. So there's, like, an extra 100 plus difficulty levels available above the top gear. Endgame progression that allows people headroom to push farther, while still allowing casual players to feel like they did it all. Good game design. Stop at 69. Send it, Spellblade. Quag, my manliness can't handle it if I can't play on the highest difficulty. I need to make the highest difficulty accessible to me. The weirdest take I've seen is some people get straight just upset. Like, they are personally offended if you tell them they don't have to play on the highest difficulty. I'm like, but why does that upset you? Like, why? I've never seen an explanation. Like, if you, as someone who does play on the highest difficulty, explain that you don't want your challenge level nerfed for no reason, and that there's other options available for other people at no penalty and no stigma, they will get so fucking angry. Like, but you're doing this to yourself for no reason. Like, video games are supposed to be fun. Did those people forget? If difficulty's not fun for you, don't apply it. The one character at 100, everyone else will live at 69. Be a fun meme. Almost toxic masculinity at that point, same vibes. Not limited to that, but yeah, I definitely see the parallels there, Emily. So really what I just said, their ego demands they be seen as good, but they aren't, so they want good to come down to them. It's just so pathetic. I guess. Like, it's sad. Like, other people having choices is not a slight to you. I don't understand people who live in the world that they think that other people having something means they didn't get something. Like, what's the sigil tech? Empowering sigils have a really, really high dot. I don't have the exact numbers. Stone Swan is the one who researched this. Helpfully kept me posted while I was on vacation. So I was super excited to come back and test this stuff out. But yeah, empowering sigils have a crazy high dot. We knew the cryo ones had crazy high cryo efficiency, but it never quite clicked that, hey, cryo efficiency is loosely connected to dot stuff. But yeah, they just have a really strong dot. Kind of reminds me of the Toxic Soulsborne parts. Yeah, I was thinking about that, Emily. There's a very vocal part of the Souls community that doesn't like the idea of people using summons or ranged weapons or magic or evade-related Ash of War stuff, like Quick Step or Bloodhound Step for Elden Ring. Like, they gatekeep so much that it's like, what are you supposed to do to fight the enemies, then? Oh, we need to use this one specific weapon with this one specific stat distribution. You need to play in this way, or else it doesn't count. Like, that doesn't sound like fun. Could dot to something around 15k. Yeah, that's really good. People say make easy mode for Souls games. I'm 100% a proponent of selectable difficulty levels in every game. Because here's the thing, you can choose not to use them. The creation of an easier or harder difficulty does not affect your gameplay experience as long as they didn't change yours. For example, they added this year, post-launch in both cases, they added different difficulties to two of the games I've enjoyed recently, Metroid Dread and Sifu, which are both very punishing games, structured a lot around their difficulty. Sifu got an easier mode and a harder mode, and I believe Metroid Dread just got 2 harder modes and an easier mode, if I'm remembering correctly. Thing is, developers design their game how they see it. If you don't like it, then don't play it. But what if the core gameplay is something you still want to be able to experience, or the narrative is something you want to be able to experience, and there's just one thing getting in the way of your enjoyment? Like, I understand creative vision. Like, to a point, I absolutely agree with what you're saying, Myth. To a point, creative vision takes precedence, and I don't think, for example, that a game structured around looter, shooter type itemization in a dungeon crawler should necessarily allow people to completely stroll through it AFK or anything like that. I think there's a limit. But I think for most games, giving people the options to fine-tune difficulty to a point where they can individually enjoy experiencing it, like still have some sort of challenge relative to their level of ability, I think that's just healthier, both on a consumerism level and a human level. So I think there's a limit to it, but I think for the most part, most games would just benefit from having an easier mode and a harder mode. Hey Holo, how you doing? Good to see you. It's September. Hang on. Hang on. I believe it was the new Twitch, what are you doing? I'm attempting to gift Holo a sub, and it's saying no to me. Unfortunate. I tried, Holo. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. Agree with demands to add easy modes to certain games. Doesn't hurt to have selective difficulty. I believe it was the recent Saints Row game that the game as a whole wasn't received well, but it has like a very robust elective difficulty thing. Like you can tune not just enemy health and damage, but also like aggression. You can make them more passive. Just fine-tune things like that. Fucking Twitch, I don't know. If it was their super chat thing, I'm sure it would work. Just try to, telling me PayPal is valid. Yeah, it's Twitch side. Okay. Loading. Sorry, not loading. Thank you for the $50. Not loading. It goes a long way. I appreciate it. If you were loading, I would know who to thank, but you're not loading, so, you know. It wasn't me. That was a long string of no bog down. Hello? There it goes. Awkward. Good old-fashioned mystery. Jinkies. People want an easier mode already choose not to play it. It's fair. Yeah, we talk about some things. Oh, we were just talking about difficulty in gaming space in general. I suppose it's relevant to the patch yesterday. Elective difficulty, all that. You know, if you don't want the harder ones, you don't have to be on the harder ones. Especially if there's no gameplay incentive other than personal satisfaction and somewhat better drop rates, but you don't have to go all the way to the top for the most efficient farms. So basically, C50, everything is available to you game-wise. Like, all content, all gear, it's all available. C50 is also now easier to get to than it was before, and drop rates for higher chaos tiers are higher than they were before, and non-chaotic is completely phased out at 50. So you're only getting chaos tiered items, and you're getting better splits of those items. Without doing anything, just booting your game. You get that. But then C60 is when you get the equivalent of old C50 health. C61 is what it takes to surpass that. Enemy damage is still lower, which is a commonly requested community change, doing something people directly ask for. But your drop rates for everything is better. The higher you go up above C60. And you could do, see, it was 33 runs, if I remember correctly, to get to C50 before. So let's say you did 33 runs now. That gets you way farther than C50 to a comparable level of enemy HP. They will do less damage, and you will have infinitely better drop rates in terms of quantity and quality of loot. Hey, Avi, how you doing? Kind of want unlimited cast chambers, difficulty increase based on how high you get. That way, people who want to challenge can get that at higher cast levels, such as full send at D3 Paragon level stuff. I'm totally on board with uncapped chaos. Contrary to what people who don't understand what elective difficulty means, contrary to what they say, among people who actually play and monitor the game, uncapped chaos is an extremely popular request. Among the hardcore endgame players, I think it's the most popularly requested thing. At least in my travels. Uncapped chaos is a very popular idea, and I am totally for it. I think due to the amount of vitriol being spewed, it's unlikely we ever get it, but I think Chaos 100 is close to that concept. Person who's probably considered a hardcore endgamer. Yeah, you absolutely are, Holo. You're a build crafter, you use things that people will scream at you, you can't use that, that's not viable. Like, you are a build crafter, and you play endgame, and you push yourself, and you are knowledgeable in the things that you do. So yeah, I'd consider you among the hardcore community. It looks at Deathless, exactly what I was thinking of. Uncapped chaos would also fix the I have to play on the highest difficulty mindset. See, I don't think it would loading. Like, logically, it would, but I don't think it does, because for the first time in endgame land's history, we have an endgame difficulty that is not coupled with the highest quality of gear. Borderlands 2, if you wanted OP 10 items, you had to be on OP 10. Borderlands 3, if you wanted Mayhem 10 items, you had to be on Mayhem 10. Wonderlands, if you want Ascended items, you have to be on Chaos 50. Chaos 50 is not the highest difficulty. You can be on Chaos 50 Relaxed instead of Chaos 100 Intense and be getting the same gear. So you no longer have to be on the highest. There's no items locked to it. There's no playable content locked to it. It's all available. Yet people are still bending over backwards to shit on the system, saying, it's too much. Just don't do it. You don't have to. It's not for you if you think it's too much. And that's okay. Not every feature of every game is for every player. It's that simple. That's an Ascended Banshee with Caustic. It's even a fire one. I'll take that. Yeah, Kevin. I agree, Kevin. Anything else to add? Anything? No? You're gonna stop meowing as soon as I key up? Understandable. Kinda glad we didn't get another tier of loot. Cluttered loot pool is already too much. Yeah, and it would further enhance the complaints about, you know, I gotta be on the highest. It's better this way. Made a C50 with normal gear, not even chaotic. Good job, Avi. How'd it feel? Hey, Pericles. How you doing? How's the climb? It's good. I've been bouncing back and forth between a couple characters. Just to keep things fresh. We've got 2 characters to Chaos 60 now, which is about comparable to old C50 in terms of enemy health. Slightly lower, but it's roughly comparable. So I think that's a good place where I want a lot of builds, if I can possibly swing that. Surprised we didn't get another loot tier. It's sensitive to climb higher. I think it's a very good thing that we didn't. Jamboy. because every other time they've done that, it hasn't gone well. In fact, the last time we had an endgame that didn't force you to do that was Borderlands 3 before the Mayhem 2.0 update, which is kind of the most popular era of Borderlands 3. But you could play on Mayhem 4 and Mayhem 1 and get the same gear, except for the Mayhem 4 exclusive items, which was a mistake. And then they did Mayhem 2.0, which emulated the OP levels approach to items, which was another mistake. How's the drop rate for Ascended on 60? I will show you right now. On 60, 13.1%. Not too long before Chaotic's out of the pool entirely. And as you keep going, Volatile gets out of the pool as well. Argument here could be, I want to play at highest difficulty, don't want to grind for it forever, doing 50 plus runs without mentioning gear replacements. But the thing is, if you're going to get up to that difficulty level, you're gonna need to know what you're doing. And so, like, let's unpack this from the beginning. The catch-up mechanic that lets you go up by 5 tiers, starting from 0 up to 50, and then it stops at 50. That's still not even relevant to most players. Reason for that being, someone who is not transferring gear from an established character is not going to be able to handle jumps of 5 in terms of difficulty indefinitely. They're going to hit a wall at some point. They're gonna need to stop and re-gear. Or they're gonna have to deal with like 30-minute long chaos trials, which is very inefficient. So you've got that first. But then you get up to 50, which is now faster than even getting to 20 on launch was. You get up to 50, and all gear is available to you. I just did that? Yes, and you are better than the average player, Avi. Congratulations, I'm proud of you. You are better than the average player. Remember, people still love to use the metric about how when Chaos 35 came out, a majority of players hadn't hit Chaos 20. That's something that's still parroted to this day, despite the fact that it's very outdated and irrelevant information and is platform incomplete, but I could dissect that further at another date. Most people are not going to progress quickly, and most people are going to need more gear to progress. So the thing with going one by one from 50 onwards is that any you do beyond 50 are completely elective. There's nothing else that unlocks other than your personal satisfaction and preference. B, enemy damage and HP starts ramping up a lot. Chaos 100 is, spoiler for anyone who might not want to know this information, I'll give you a thumbs up when I'm done, 4,400% and change enemy HP, as opposed to Chaos 50 pre-change was 1,800. So 4,400 kind of means you need to make different choices. And current Chaos 100 has the old Chaos 50 enemy damage, which a lot of people complained about as being too high. Wasn't for me, but I got used to it and made build decisions appropriately. You need to go through that. And a great example of what happens when you don't have to go through that progression is Borderlands 3's endgame, where many people skipped directly to Mayhem 10, had no idea what they were doing, and complained until content got nerfed and player power got way out of control. Example, the Guardian Takedown was nerfed 5 days into its lifetime. That's not even a normal update cycle. They went outside of their update cycle. That's how much complaining there was. 5 days in, they halved enemy HP. Halved it. Because people on the freshly minted Mayhem 10 were going in there without adequate builds and then getting walled because enemies had HP. The way you stop that is by forcing people to actually understand what's happening. But the thing is, if you're already a well-established player who already knows all these things, then yeah, it can feel like a bit of a slog to go through the whole progression again, which is why I'm not doing it all at once. I'm switching between characters. And additionally, it's elective. It is there for the long term. If you're familiar with more dungeon crawler style games, so once again, I'm going to reference Diablo 3, earning your greater rift levels is a large part of the playtime. It is the point. progression is the point there. It's not supposed to be something you blitz through in an hour or less, and then, you know, you're there. It's part of the intended gameplay structure, which isn't for everyone, but that's just how it is. And this game straddles the line between dungeon crawler and looter shooter, more so than any Borderlands game does. A lot of people also don't really know how to build a build, so if you can create a build that functions kills effectively, you're already ahead of well over half the player base. I'd say way more than that as well, Hola. Compare it to Mayhem, where you can just choose M10 instantly and you can get gear from Gun or vending machines and be fine. You don't have to go through every Mayhem level farming new gear on each level. And I think that's a detriment. I think it is a bad thing that you never had to do that progression, because people jumped straight to the wall. They went straight to the deep end. And even with getting, say, a crit or a hail from tipping Moxie, even doing something like that put people in a position where, okay, they can clear with that one thing. They don't know how anything works. They don't know what's viable, and they need that one thing to function. That's not a healthy gameplay style. I make no secret of the fact that I do not care much for Borderlands 2, and especially not Borderlands 2's endgame, but one thing it did very well was tying difficulty levels to DigiPeak. Now, OP levels as a system, not good, but the fact that to increase your difficulty, you had to do one of the harder pieces of content that required you to know how to do multiple things, that was good game design. Like, you had to pass a test, a litmus test, to be able to crank the slider. People also don't get that you can't just Control-C, Control-V a build without gear and expect it to work. Oh yeah, builds are more than just copying the skill tree one-to-one. So I'm thinking, considering how much I deviated for conversation and I split time between two builds, we managed to get one from 50 to 60, and then we managed to get one from 57 to 60 with lots of conversation, detour doing just a regular boss run in between. That's a normal stream length. I'm thinking it'll take probably two more streams to get both of these characters to 100, which is fine. I'll take my time with that. So yeah, that means we'll probably finish the climb on this Blightgeist and my Ghostblade Caller on Tuesday, most likely. Tomorrow is Saturday. I will be doing Dragon Age 2 as part of my full series playthrough on Nightmare difficulty. It's been a lot of fun. I hope to see as many of you there as possible. Actually like peak takedowns from your versions that have a better design in some ways. 100% agree with you, Myth. 100% agree. Yeah, that was Jake Miai. They didn't add anything above Ascended? Correct. And then Sunday's my day off. Next Wonderland stream will be on Monday, and I'll be continuing climbing then. But let's find somewhere to go. BZK is on Borderlands 3. Garwood's on Borderlands 3. Mr. J is playing Cyberpunk. Perik's playing Cyberpunk. Tizzle's on Hearthstone. Let's go say hi to Perik. I've been enjoying watching her play Cyberpunk, which we gotta ride the wave of hype for Cyberpunk. I've liked the game since the day it came out, and it's finally more widely accepted as a fun game, and it's pulling numbers. The Edgerunners anime tie-in's fantastic. And Perik's a friend to the community. On a large scale. She runs the official Discord server for Borderlands and Wonderlands, and is just a great content creator in person in her own right. So let's say hi over there. Give her some September love. Don't tell her I said that, though. We're going to say hi. But yeah, Quag Chads for the raid message, as Roddy indicated. And cliff notes of what I rambled about earlier. Dragon Age 2 tomorrow, day off Sunday, Wonderlands Monday. But again, thank you guys so much for all the support, the fun discussion. I enjoyed chatting with you guys a lot, and made some new friends today. Welcome in. I'll be live 9-ish a.m., 9:30-ish a.m. tomorrow. Bye.